His Excellency Profesor Dr. Yudi Krisnandi, SHSEMA, Indonesian Ambassador to Ukraine 2017 to 2021 period. The Honorable Professor Dr. Makmur Gintumit from University Malaya.
The Honorable Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran from Institute of Area Studies, Lecture Social Science, University of Ankara. The Honorable Professor Dr. Etnawati Sinaga, MS APT, Vice Rector for Research. Nasional.
The Honorable Conferences Chair, Mr. Robi, the Honorable Conferences Chair, Mr. Robi, the Honorable Conferences Chair, practitioners, students, and all of our guests who are joining us today here in Auditorium Universitas Nasional or through Zoom meeting. We wish you have a great pleasure time with us.
Welcome to the second International Conference on Global Issues with the theme Future of World Making Peace Against All Odds. Held in celebration of the 76th Disnatalis of Universitas Nasional Jakarta. My name is Wikartika.
And I am Nisrina. It's truly an honor to have all of you here today to be your master of ceremonies for the rest of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, please allow us to read the agenda for today's international conference. The program will be arranged as follows. First, the opening ceremony and remarks from the conference's chair.
Second, the discussion session featuring our distinguished speaker who will deliver insightful presentation and led by moderator.
Third, the panel discussion and parallel sessions with the themes International Political Economy and International Politics.
Fourth, the keynote session.
And the last, closing session, including the summary of discussion and a group photo session.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our agenda, let us rise and pay respect to our nation by singing the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and Mars Universitas Nasional.
We kindly invite everyone to stand up.
Sana
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to honorably invite to the stage the conference's chair, Mr. Robi Nurhadi, PhD, to deliver his opening speech.
To Mr. Robi, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in this conference because, of course, we are concerned to look what's going on in the world today. The word that we hear today is many haven't occurred. When we know that United States of America, led by Donald Trump, many things happen, and of course, we also look that many things also making a peace. But we know in these years, the second years from ICCGI that UNAS held in also this building, we look many things that maybe we have one hope, but we also think that maybe something big will happen, like World War III, because we know when the political leader like Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and maybe another leader try to transform a security approach with a conventional that we can try to understand about this phenomena. And now we look that change in diplomacy, but not usual diplomacy. We call this that about aggressive diplomacy. So that's why we think that this point must to contribute, but from our scholars, from our leaders, and all about non-state actors in the world. So that's why National University, Universitas Nasional, for the second ICCGI, try to take about this term. And we try to think that how to bridging divided and peacemaking of future the world. And the second ICCGI also try to making peace again. Why again all odds? Because the peace in the world not about responsible from the political leader, but also responsible from us as state actor, as scholar, as student, as media, and many things. Who are now? Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we can choose that we try to understand what the word occurred to now. And this forum, we try to invite many ambassadors, and we thank you for many ambassadors try to come to this conference. So I want to thank you to His Excellency Datuk Syed Muhammad Hasrin Tansu Hussein, the Ambassador of Malaysia in Indonesia, and His Excellency Talib Pucukcan, the Ambassador of Turkey in Indonesia, and also His Excellency Professor Dr. Yudi Krisnandi, Indonesian Ambassador to Ukraine, 2017 until 2021, and Sheikh Dr. Salim Alwan Al Husseini, the Supreme Islamic Council of Australia. And we also thanks for ACM retired Cepi Hakim, the fourth Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Air Force, and also Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran, Institute of Area Studies, Lecturer Social Science, University of Ankara, and Professor Dr. Makmur bin Tumin, lecturer from University Malaya. And we want to thank you also for all speakers from Myanmar and also from India, Australia, Malaysia, and all scholars and students from Universitas Nasional and also many universities there when they can join with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, the last I want to say thank you to our team in ICCGI, for leader of National University, and all anybody who joined to this meeting and gets celebrate today. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Robi Nur Hadi PhD, for the wonderful opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next agenda, we would like to invite all distinguished speakers and participants to join our photo session to capture this memorable moment of the ICCGI conference.
May I kindly invite all of our distinguished guests and keynote speaker in auditorium to come forward to the stage for the group photo. And for all speaker and participant who joining us today on Zoom meeting, please open your camera. The committee will take a photo screenshot for this photo session.
Once again, we would like to invite all participants in Auditorium Universitas Nasional. Please come forward for the group photo session. Our photographer will help to arrange the positions. So all the participants and students, please join for the group photo session and move in closer together so everyone fits nicely in the frame.
All right, everyone, please look toward the camera and give us your best smile.
Okay. All right, everyone. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, another pose, international unggul, Unas unggul pose. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And the last pose, international. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone. Please give a big round of applause to all of us here. Thank you very much. That was a lovely moment. You may now return to your seats as we prepare for the next session of our conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the next part of our event, the discussion session.
We have three invited speakers for this session. First, His Excellency Professor Dr. Yudi Krisnandi, SHSHMA, as Indonesian Ambassador to Ukraine 2017 until 2021 period.
Second, Professor Dr. Makmur Bintumin from University Malaya.
And also Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran from Institute of Area Studies, Lecture Social Sciences, University of Ankara. And also we kindly invite Mr. Robi Nurhadi PhD, Lecturer of International Politics, Universitas Nasional, to come up to the stage for this discussion session.
This session will be guided by our moderator who will lead the discussion and facilitate the question and answer segment with our participants.
And now please welcome our moderator, Miss Nurul Atia Iskila. To Miss Nurul, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nuratia Iskila and I'm honored to serve as your moderator today for this session. And it is a privilege to welcome all of you to this session, both who's joining us on site and who's joining us in online Zoom. And we can look forward to guiding our discussions and ensuring that everything runs smoothly. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my honor to introduce our speaker today, His Excellency Professor Dr. Yudi Krisnandi, SHSA.MA, a distinguished Indonesian scholar, diplomat, and also public official with an exceptional record of service in both government and academia. So, His Excellency Prof. Yudi Krisnandi was born on 29 May 1968, and he began his political journey as a member of the People's Consultative Assembly, or MPR, from 1997 to 1999, representing the Golkar Party. And academically, he has built an impressive foundations, starting as a bachelor degree in economics from Universitas Padjadjaran, 1991, to a doctoral degree from Universitas Indonesia, 2004, and later a Bachelor of Law from Universitas Nasional. And his career in public service include his role as a Minister for Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform, Menpan RB, and President Joko Widodo's working cabinet from 2014 to 2016. After serving as minister, President Joko Widodo appointed him as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Indonesia to Ukraine, Georgia, and also Armenia from 2017 to 2021. During his diplomatic tenure, His Excellency received one of Ukraine's highest state honors, the Order of Merit, third class, and as stipulated in Presidential Decree of Ukraine, number 595, 2022, in recognition of his contribution to strengthening Indonesia-Ukraine relations. And now he currently serves as a professor at Universitas Nasional, specializing in industrial, economic development, and public policy. And today we are privileged to learn from his expertise and distinguished experiences. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Professor Dr. Yudi Krisnandi. Give a round of applause, please. Okay, Prof, the floor is yours. As you wish, you can also standing there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, participant, academician, lecturer, my college, and also my lovely student of National University, International Relations Studies. Thank you for joining us today, and Welcome to all of the participants online here for the second international conference on global that held by National University. Allow me to convey my highly gratitude to Mr. Dr. Robi Nur Hadi and Ibu Dr. Irma and all of my colleagues to present this event happen. And thanks for all students who's joining us here. First of all, I would like to ask the committee to show my slide, please. I put the theme of this topic on my presentation on how can the world move beyond cycles of conflict and build a sustainable future where peace prevails. As we know that today we show many international prominent movements that facing the world to change the international relation map. As we know that yesterday, US President Donald Trump met with the Ahmad Eshara, the president of the Syria in the White House. It's the first meeting between the leader of two countries since 1946. As we know before that, Syria is not a part of the US alliance, but Syria more tend to Russia and Iran. But under the new leader of the Syria, Ahmed Shara, today, the political international outlook of Syria changes. So it will be shift the political outlook in the Syria more getting closer with the United States. And it will be influence the political policy in the Middle East, that the United States now have more alliance in the Middle East. That's only one of the prominent events happen today. Among that, we see what's going on in the new moment in the Ukraine today, where the war between two countries still happen. 100 or maybe 1,000 of drones from the Russian still hit the territory of Ukraine, and the leader of the Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is still asking more aid from the European Union and United States to protect the country, and it's cool to fight back to defend its own Ukraine from the Russian. So many things happen in the world. We also notice that what's going on in Sudan today, when the government facing the rebellion and the conflict between people in those countries still happen since more than 10 years ago. And we still look at what's going on to solve the problem inside the Myanmar, so China sees, and many more, a lot of the territory of the world, that's the conflict still going on, happen in progress. So this is what I call that the dilemma of the international relation. The dilemma of international relation lies in the global challenge between cooperating to overcome threats and competing to protect its nation interests. This dilemma reflects the balance between worldwide idealism and nationalism and national realism. Nations must choose or find a middle ground between cooperating to address shared threat to humanity's survival and competing to defend their own interests for national sovereignty and welfare. In practice, the modern world requires ethical realpolitik, collaboration without losing identity and sovereignty. Let we see the existence of the United Nations and the Security Council. As we know that it existed more than 80 years since the end of the World War II. But now, United Nations still a symbol of the united all of the countries who want the make and stability the peace. But its challenge is the conflicts among the countries over the world. However, their existence is being tested by the growing threat possible in the Third World War. We can see what's going on now, the strain between European countries with the Russia, that Russia up to now never want to stop. There is no sign that Russia wants to stop the war with the Ukraine. President Donald Trump already warned to Russia and to the President Putin to stop the war. But up to now, thousands of drones still over the sky of the Ukraine and its territory. The rise of global economic power through bloc. This is another example, another point of view that can change the world map happen today. It's just not only the alliance among the countries, but also the conflict facing by its countries. This is a dilemma between the international commons and cooperation between the national interests of their countries. The rise of global economic power through blocs such as the OECD, BRICS, G20 that reflect by the nation across region to strengthen cooperation and balance influence in the global economic system. At the same time, we can see that two superpowers, US and China, is growing up. They're competing to get more influence to any other country. Not only get the support, but to influence many countries in the world in the two blocks, East and West, China and United States. Yes, this dominant force shaping global economic and political dynamics, but the world now worried of unrational competing of both countries. What the challenge to the global organization up to now? International organizations such as the United Nations, OECD, or World Trade Organization, BRIC, G20, or International Monetary Fund are now facing the test of their existence and relevance. Are they still exist? Of course, yes. But are they still relevant? That's a big question mark for us. Whether they can continue their mission effectively or slowly fade amid global instability and competition among major power. As we know that all of the countries now look at to the competing between US and the China. If you look at to the European TV last night, you can see, no, not Europe TV, but CNN last night. I watched how CNN show the news based on the fact what China built their superpower in military. CNN show how U.S. Worried about the growing military capability of China. So the compete between two countries is not merely in economic circumstances, not merely in political influence, how to get support and more influential to any other countries. But the world also worried when two countries or one of the superpower to build more growing in military capability. It's maybe show to the people that something will be happen in the future. If you enhance your military capability in one country with a growing very massively, it means that you think that you under a threat, or maybe you have a plan to trade. or not just merely you would like to protect your country. This is what the worry of the world today, facing the conflict where the big country, where the superpower strengthen their military capability, of course, including the nuclear power. In the other side, we can see the top countries with the highest conflict level. I mentioned 10 countries like Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Syria, Yemen, Democratic Republic of Congo, Afghanistan, Central African Republic, Iraq, and Mali. Does it enough 10 countries? No, more than 10 countries still facing and sacrifice the internal conflict and also conflict with another country. I can mention the other country like in ASEAN, Thailand and Cambodia, yes, and maybe Myanmar, and South China Seas, among any other parties there, Indonesia also maybe, Vietnam, Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, and China, and United States inside there, in Nagorno-Karabakh, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, of course in Ukraine and Russia, in Sudan, like I mentioned before. Why the nation have a conflict? Why the nation could not yet solve the conflict? I note the indicator of fragile state due to the conflict. First, loss of physical control over national territory or monopoly of legitimate authority. Second, erosion of the legitimate decision-making power. Third, inability to provide public services. And fourth, limited capacity to interest as a full member of international community. Of course, if we under the conflict in our country, it's very difficult to us to open our relation with any other country. If the conflict is impossible to invite foreign country to coming for the aid and help for this country, the international community, it's difficult to come for us. So it will be close to international relation among the countries. Beside the 10 countries who facing the conflict, we also note 5 countries which we call the dangerous conflict or on the war, like Ukraine, Russia, Israel, and Palestine, the string, North Korea and South Korea, in Burkina Faso also, internal conflict between the junta and the pro-democracy or Rohingya in Myanmar, a lot of conflict in our world today. That's why this international conference held by University National today, it's very important for us, not just to list where country is still in conflict, but trying to look at for the future how to solve the conflict, how to bring all of the countries, the leader of the countries, realize that the better world, it's just only with the one way, with the peaceful world. Global effort to address conflict and end war. What's the all parties, all countries like United Nations have been done this. The world seek to address conflict and end war primarily through the United Nations, of course, which deploy peacekeeping forces and facilitate peace negotiating among warring parties. In addition, nation and international organizations help enforce international law, impose sanctions, and provide humanitarian aid to war victims. The global community continues to promote diplomacy, dialogue, and multilateral cooperation to achieve lasting peace. This is what the United Nations and some countries who realize that the peace is very important for the better world. But this is not working good. It's not working properly. What is going on in Israel conflict with the Hamas in Palestine? What is going on now in Sudan tend to the genocide situation right now? What is going on in Rohingya? It's not merely work the international law. It's not a respect to the international value of the humanity, sovereignty. What's going on war in Ukraine right now, that since 24 February 2022, the full invasion of Russia, everybody know this is broken the international law. All the world know that this is not respectful to integrity and sovereignty of the country. But no one can stop this. Even the United Nations, even the US, even the European Union, which the border is very close with the Ukraine, never can stop this. Who can stop the war? Who can stop the conflict? Who can realize that the peaceful world must be happen as soon as possible for the better world, for the humanity and prosperity? So what Indonesian going to do? The dialogue, diplomacy, multilateral cooperation, all that we have been done. Also what the world has been done. Also the United Nations has been done. Making the dialogue, making a bridge of peace, to invite the conflict parties sitting together, resolution. But up to now, as I mentioned, in 15 countries, the peace still not happen. The war still happen. The conflict still appear. This is our homework today. That's why the International Conference of Global Peace is very important. Don't ever feel tired to find the solution. That's the key word. That's why we need a lot of people to echoing the message of the peace word, of the peaceful word, with the solution. And the solution could be push the government, the leader where we live in this country to do something. Not only the rhetoric, not only the statesman to stop the war, to stop the conflict, but with the concrete effort, how to stop, how to end. What the Indonesian role in promoting global peace? A lot of things we did, contributing to the end the Hamas-Israel conflict, maybe to send some aid, to send a lot of aid to Palestinian people who need the medicine, water, or food, or everything. Yeah. Supporting peace initiative between Ukraine and Russia. Former President Jokowi was visit Kiev and visit Moscow and asking to both of the leaders to stop the war, trying. And also President Prabowo met with the Zelensky in many events of the world and support the position and national integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Indonesian leader also talked with the Xi Jinping, the leader of China, how to reducing tension in the South China Sea conflict, easing hostility between North and South Korea, seeking to resolve the Myanmar conflict, mediating tension between Thailand and Cambodia, supporting peace effort in the other conflict, another region. Today, as we know that yesterday, President flight to Australia for International Asia Pacific meeting. Before that, President attended in the South Korea. Before that, in APEX and any other international event and moment, important, prominent moment for not only negotiating national interests in the spectrum of the international cooperation and economic to get benefit among the country, but also how to build a peace, how to make a peace, how to resolve the conflict, how to stop the war. That's all effort. It's very important for us. we are here, it's a small part in the world that concern to stop the war, to stop the conflict. That's why our presence is very important for the better world in the future. Some of solution, in my view, I hope you would be agree with my view. We are not pretending that we can solve all of the conflict and war. We have no power to stop that, but we can echoing the idea. We can echoing the strong word, the strong message to the world that conflict and war must be stopped. Cooperation and the people welfare, the peaceful world is the most important in our life. First, reforming United Security Council membership, which no longer reflect current global realities. We know together that the Security Council have a veto member, right? Like US, France, United Kingdom, China, Italy. So it's not relevant anymore, I think. The world cannot dictated by the only 5 countries. 194 more countries joining in the United Nations. Hope the United Nations can stability the common interest of the world, of the countries, not only to push the interest of the 5 countries, the big country who won the World War II only. Now you must see the power some country in the Europe, maybe look at to the Turkey, to the Japan in the Asia, or Australia in the Pacific, or we could dismiss all of the permanent Security Council member in the United Nations, and maybe we can propose the member of Security Council in the United Nations could be chosen with the democratic system in the United Nations and change maybe every 3 or 5 years or every 2 years, so it will be more refreshed and more authentic to look at the objective condition of the world that need peaceful world, that need to stop and resolve conflict and the war. Secondly, nuclear disarmament, it's still relevant, and the creation of an independent monitoring committee. The committee not only come from the big country, like have the nuclear power, like US or France or England, but need the neutral country who has no nuclear power, maybe like Indonesia maybe, or maybe like South Africa, or maybe like Australia. It could be involved in the committee, independent monitoring for the disarmament of nuclear. Third, promoting neutral countries to lead disarmament effort. Fourth, enhancing global cooperation for environmental and ecosystem restoration. The issue of the ecological issue of climate change is very important for the future of life, not only for Indonesia, not only for Europe, not only for US, but all of the world need the agenda of the climate change. That it's happened in Brazil, I think. In Brazil still happen until 21st of the November, the COP, Conference of the Parties on Climate Change, United Nations Climate Change Conference. Accelerating the implementation of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, it's also important, especially in developing countries. It's not needed maybe in the advanced country like Norway, Scandinavian country like Germany or England, but for the developing country, some country in Middle East, some country in Asia, or some country in the Africa, it's need how to Sustainable Development Goals work and can help the people to enhance their welfare together with any advanced country who have. Reducing inequality, eradicating hunger, and improving living conditions with the support of advanced economies. G20, I hope it's not just only a forum where together all of the rich countries and talking only about their agendas and talking their own benefit to get among them in G20, but how G20 existent to help any other country behind them. It's more important. And the last, uniting the two major economic and military power. How the world together, sitting together, and I don't know how to do this, but this is our strategic agenda. Uniting the two major economic and military power, China and United States, in the foundation of world peace and the pillar of global economic cooperation. That's all my point of view on this international conference, the second international conference on global. I hope what I present to you, it's have some benefit to add our knowledge and enjoy your seminar. Thanks for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Yudi Krishnanti. I'm amazed, we all amazed by your insightful presentations. So we have just received your insightful presentations, and I can see by your insight, we were reminded that the international system is standing at a crossroads caught between cooperation and competitions, and also between idealism and realism, and between the hope for peace and for the reality of the ongoing global conflicts. As highlighted by your presentations, the role of global institutions, especially the United Nations and the Security Council, is being tested amid the shifting power dynamics by the rising geopolitical rivalries and also the growing relevance of multilateral blocs such as BRICS, the OECD, and also the G20. And I also can emphasize that achieving sustainable peace requires more than just a political will. It demands ethical realpolitik and also diplomacy grounded in fairness and also respect for sovereignty, and also you also mentioned the nuclear disarmament and stronger environmental cooperation and also a renewed commitment to the sustainable development goals. And also I really like your sentences highlighted by, we may not have a power, Indonesia, but we can echoing the idea of the how conflict can be resolved, yes. And also, that's all from me, I can conclude. And for other participant who has a questions, you may raise your hand and our committee will give you the mic for you to mention your questions, please. Both in on-site.
May I have my gratitude to you as a moderator. It's
Yes,
100% correct.
Yes,
I am very appreciative. Give applause to her.
thank you. Dear participant, if you have a questions, please, on-site and also online, joining us by Zoom. The mic, here's mic.
Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Salma Sajid, an alumnus of International Relations of Universitas Nasional. Okay, as we know, at the end of the last year, Bashar al-Assad regime finally collapsed. And with the collapse of the regime, the former president Bashar al-Assad fled to Russia. Okay, my question is, what is your view on Bashar al-Assad escape of a refugee in Russia? His presence is even protected by the Russia government, even though he is someone who can be considered a perpetrator of human rights violation and war crimes. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to answer first? Okay.
Thank you for a good question. Syria under Bashar al-Assad was a conflict country for a long time, maybe more than 15 years. And ISIS growth and against the regime of the Bashar al-Assad and any other conflicting power against the Bashar al-Assad who's supported by any other country. We know that Bashar al-Assad is more closer to Iran and Russia at the time. And United States mentioned that Iran, Russia, and North Korea was the axis of evil. You know, you still remember that? So it's of course when the regime falling down, regime Bashar al-Assad, where his country can protect him? Just only Russia, or maybe to Iran, or North Korea. But the life is in North Korea is not like comfortable in Syria, in Damascus. And to flee to the Iran, it takes more dangerous journey to Iran with more risk. In the distance, it's very far to Iran. Many border country could be crossing by the Bashar al-Assad. Crossing from Syria to Russia is more simple, under protecting by Vladimir Putin. So, because of the Syria regime under Bashar al-Assad is under protection of the Russia, of course, as a morality, Russia have a responsibility to accept the coming of the Bashar al-Assad. France, United States, behind the rebellion against the Bashar al-Assad. So, at the time, even Ahmed Shara was the top leader of ISIS that's stamped by the United States. But now, when he declared his international political view under the United States, so the stamp already pulled out. Now he's not become a terrorist anymore. He's a friend of the United States. So this is the balance of the political power imbalance. When one of the influenced people on this country stand with any other country, the opposite who can control and have the same influence in their country should be held by any other country. This is the balance of power. In this situation, in my point of view, Russia will lose Syria. Their grip will lose in Syria. Because why? Because Russia now is too busy facing war with the Ukraine and conflict with all of countries around Europe. Russia should consolidate their own national interests and United States more freely to control the situation in Syria up to now. That's my point of view. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions? Please.
Mr. Hendra. How many my student in class of diplomacy attending in this seminar? Raise your hand, please.
Okay.
1, 2, 3,
Okay, we
4,
have
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And how many student of Dr. Robi? No one. Oh, only one. Only 2, 3. 3. How many student of Ibu Dr. Irma? Oh.
Okay.
Almost the same with my student also. Okay, thanks for coming.
Okay, do we have any questions?
Don't forget you're absent today.
Okay.
You
Any
got the
questions?
point.
Okay, if we don't have any questions here, I have a question for you.
Please.
Based on your...
I think you understand all what I presented. Why you asking me again?
Still, we have questions here. So, based on your experience as a diplomat, what practical steps do you believe the United Nations should prioritize first to remain relevant in preventing of the escalation of the major conflict? Because you already mentioned from the conflict Syria that happening until the conflict of Sudan now. Okay.
If I were Antonio Guterres as the Secretary General of United Nations, I will acting as a leader of the countries, not a leader of the United Nations, because I will be more flexible to enhance my relation with any other country's leader, like United States, like Donald Trump, Xi Jinping, maybe Macron, or Erdogan, Vladimir Putin. So I be more flexible. I could come to one by one and talking heart by heart how to find the solution for many problems that we're facing of the world. So if Antonio Guterres play his role and acting as the Secretary General, and he put himself over any other leader of the world, it will have any gap between the leader of the countries, like a superpower, US and China, with him. They will ask, who are you? Who leads your country? What's your country? You just are the representation of all the countries as like a member of a parliament in the world. That's all. So he's not play, in my opinion, he's not play a diplomatic person to get the heart the country's leader. Your question is for me is very simple. How to solve the conflict by using the United Nations as the organization who united all of the offer country who waiting for the peace. So just play as a leader of the countries, play as a diplomat, and touch the heart of the big and the great leader. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers. It's really interesting. You say you would act as the leader of the United Nations and talk heart to every country leaders. Thank you for your answer. And here, thank you for your sharing your expertise with us. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to present a token of appreciation to His Excellency Prof. Dr. Yudi Krishnandi for his insightful presentation and really valuable contribution to today's sessions. Please, committee and conference chair, we can have a token of appreciation and also photo session for this.
Thank you very much to His Excellency Professor Dr. Yudi Krisnandi, SHSAMA, for the insightful and inspiring presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm applause for our speaker today.
Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next distinguished speaker. Joining us by Zoom today, Professor Dr. Makmur Tumin. Committee, please check whether if he's already joining us by Zoom. And also pin the camera for the other participant here joining us on site. Okay, first, let me introduce you to Prof. Makmur Tumin. He's a renowned scholar of political philosophy at University Malaya, specializing in the comparative study of Islam and the West. His academic work explores some of the most fundamental questions in political thought, including the philosophy of patriotism, the role of civil society, and the moral foundations that shape political life in diverse societies. He is widely respected for his deep reflections on how different philosophical traditions influence public ethics, identity, and national belonging. Especially in the context of plural and interconnected world, his research brings together classical and also modern perspectives, offering nuanced insight in the moral limits of power, loyalty, and citizenship across both democratic and religious frameworks. Prof. Makmur's current interests lie at the intersection of religion and politics, seeking to understand how faith, traditions can coexist with civic rationality and cosmopolitan ethics. And through his writings and lectures, he promotes a balanced, human, and ethically grounded approach to political life, one that integrates reason, spirituality, and social responsibility. And it's an honor to have him today with us. Please give a round of applause for Professor Dr. Makmur Tumin.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. Now, just to check whether the system is working. Yeah, I'm here now. I think first I would like to thank to UNAS. This is the third time I've been invited by your universities. Secondly, I want to thank, of course, all the secretariat and committees to make this event reality. And of course, the rest who are able to make their time to participate in this session. Also, thank you to those which I'm certainly unaware they are present unless you all introduce me. The VIPs, in this session, online and offline, apology for not recognizing you, only a few names that I know, a few panelists and also others. With that, I also want to thank my friend, Mr. Dr. Nur Hadi, for again inviting me in this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh again. Okay, let's see my PowerPoint. Let me share my PowerPoint myself, easier for me. Okay. Okay, the title that I want to put on the table is quite straightforward. The impact of patriotism, the impact of cosmopolitanism on patriotism, a philosophical debate. Now, of course, this you might also want to know in what exactly the global issue that I want to put on the table. This is certainly the global morality subject. Many people can talk about global political economy. Many people can talk about global politics or international political economy, international politics. Perhaps, there are specific areas that being neglected, which I want to put on the table in the agenda today on global moralities. And this is the titles. And again, I will support this event because this event brings all people from different backgrounds together, so we can share our thought and ideas at the same time, ready wrestle our mind, our brain, so we can come up with very good ideas for humanities. Okay, what exactly the thing that I have in my mind as I were given this topic by my colleague, my friends, Dr. Nur Hadi. He asked me to talk something on global issues. As I already hinted earlier, I want to talk about global morality. That this is one of the philosophical importance that I think many of us have to be aware of. But I'm also aware here there are perhaps a pocket of students participating in this session. Then I certainly will explain certain word that probably new, because some word is carry philosophical jargon. There are three things that I have on the table right now. First, the central issue, or the central question, or research question. Normally, we people understood it. Then I will talk about the philosophical point, the philosophical debate dimension that I have. And thirdly, I want to share the discussion point, what exactly that I want to bring home, the point, so we can really go back, at our home countries, see what is the thing, the direction that we want to take. Okay. So, what is exactly the central issue or the research question here? So, we want to know how cosmopolitanism, okay, I explained here, what is cosmopolitanism? Cosmopolitanism, for those probably understand polis, the concept of polis or the city-state, then people understand the concept of polis by looking at the Greek, Athens, Aristotle, all this name appears suddenly, because this name is really important, still echoing until today, their ideas. Then these people understand, citizens live in one state and governed by one government, one so-called entities. But now we live in a so-called global territories, global state, if you like. The first panelist Sing Sing says something, if I were a leader, as suppose as I were the United Nations leaders, give a two dimension of cosmopolitanism against nationalism. What I mean by saying that, if you are a leader of your United Nations, you must have an ideas. This world will govern best if it is governed by one entity called United Nations. Okay? Then the ideas of police become cosmopolitan, universal police, if you like, universal police. So the Mr. United Nations secretaries have their ideas, how this world can be cosmopolitanically governed through the logic of universalism, through the logic of human rights, to the logic of whatever. Okay. But as a leaders of one country, one have not only to think about their nation and to make sure their nations will go together as best as possibly they can, even better from other nations, through competition, through rivalry, through whatever means. Okay. Now, what really happened today, the cosmopolitan cultures, the universalism, the human right, the freedom of choice, the equal right, the justice, all these concepts, universal concepts, have been exposed to the localities, to your countries, to my countries, and so on. And that logic, of course, penetrate the logic of nation identities. Whether should I give priority to Malay first against others ethnicities, or should I, give equal priority to all? When I say justice based on equalities, regardless where you come from, I'm talking from cosmopolitanism point of view. When I say justice is based on what type of lineage that I belong to, I'm talking from my nation. My nation. Now, because of these two so-called cosmopolitanism in one hand and nationalism on the other hand, it creates the implication to patriotism culture, patriotics, loyal to be oneself. So now global morality, what I mean by global morality, because these cosmopolitanism cultures neglected concepts, which is important, regardless whether you are Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, US, etc., you are talking about these things. Because whether you are agree with United Nations or you disagree with United Nations, still the variable of United Nations is in your mind. Okay, let me check what happened to my PowerPoint here. Okay, now I still in slide number 2. Okay, so when I talk about philosophical things, I'm going to talk about a few concepts, logos, ethos. I'm going to talk many other concepts. But importantly, when I want to talk about the discussion point, I want to be very focused. I want to talk about a few concepts: enlightened patriotism. You can only call yourself patriotic to your countries if you are really enlightened person. What exactly it thinks, I want to talk how to find balance between this logic of cosmopolitanism on the one hand, and the logic of nationalism on the other hand. And finally, I want to give a variable which is very important, how we can apply this philosophical concept if you are in two different paradigms: settler state against host state. Settler states, countries such as US, host state countries such as Indonesia. Okay. This is the thing that I'm based on these three. I will go fast. I know I'm given only sort of 15 to 20 minutes, and I try to do it as possibly as fast as you could and as efficiently. Now, I already talked about these ideas, but give me a couple of minutes to finish up what I have in my mind here. Okay. Now, can we love humanities without losing our nation, or can we love our nation without losing humanities? Meaning like this: if we were to talk about things like justice, equalities, because we are humans, we give a freedom of choice to all. Okay, we are saying that because we are by nature equal, and therefore justice is very important for mankind, regardless whether you are male or female, whether you are black or white, whether you are Muslim or non-Muslim, whether you are whatever, American or non-American, Indonesian, if you are talking about from equality point of view, justice point of view, we might risk losing our nationhood, our nation. Say Malaysia, say Malaysia said, I will give all equal right to all human beings, regardless whether you are from whatever countries. Sensitive, I say Indonesia, maybe, whatever countries, let's say, Russia, Japan, etc., etc. I should first give priorities, to my citizen. But in the process of giving priority to my own citizen, I might risk losing humanities because other people probably in great suffering, require the need of healthcare, require the need of education, etc. But I don't look at you as equal to my citizen because my priority is my home countries. Okay, but if we are a person, if we are a person that giving focus to equalities, because we think, we believe that God created mankind equal, all people are equal, all must be treated equally, etc. It might sound good, interesting, that ideas, flowery to some, but the end result, we might lose our own identity. We might lose our identity as a country, as a nation. Now, therefore, this ideas of patriotism is so important. Okay, the patriotism means how we love our nation as much as possibly as we could. When I say we love our nation, we should have a feeling of guilty if we can help our nation grow. If we love our nation, patriotism means a sense of belonging, sense of loving of one state, etc. If we love our countries, we love our nation, not to the exclusion of other citizens. Okay, that is the ideas of patriotism that I want to share in this session. Okay, what is the philosophical dimension? If at the end of this session, if you have questions, you can ask, but I would only prefer to respond it from the philosophical point of view. Now, logos and ethos. Okay, when you say logos, okay, we can look at our constitution. Those who are patriotic, they must be obey to the rules of their countries. Importantly, their constitution. Okay. Okay. Now, can we just argue based on the logic of the constitution, or should we also understand all constitutions have their own cultures, own emotions, own tradition? The Constitution of Malaysia, as it is, whatever that you might agree or disagree with the contents, it is not just fall from the sky. Today, it's a process of histories. So therefore, it carries a lot of cultural meaning, emotional meaning, moral meaning, etc. So it has both dimensions, logos and ethos. Your constitution is the same. Okay. So now, if we argue our constitutions only based on the logos, based on the logic, the logic, for instance, you argue, why should I abide with constitution when I myself, were not the participants that agreeing with the constitution? That was my forefathers' decision. That was 1945, Now, for instance, logically speaking, okay, or you can argue, let's say in Malaysia, people argue why the constitution only support in one race, etc. We live in we live in a modern world, etc., etc. Now, this is the logical. Can it be only based on the logical philosophically? No, because the constitutions were a long process built up, from centuries. Then it become the products. It carry the cultural meaning, etc. Therefore, it become your constitution, my constitution. Now, the danger is if we move too far to the right, talking about identities, ethos. That is the issue of, I said just now, losing humanities. If let's say, I just put bluntly here, in Malaysia, if the Malay is so extreme to the right, I'm not saying they cannot go to the right, I'm saying they're too extreme to the right. I've got to be politically alert now. If the Malay is too extreme to the right or radical to the right, only focusing on their own cultures because the argument on ethos, tradition, culture, and so on, they will lose humanities because equal right is equally important to other citizens, to other people, etc. But if those on the left go to the extreme radicals, fighting for equal right for all, etc., justice and so on, and what, my country will lose identities, and this applies to your countries too. It's applied to any other countries in the world as well. Now, on the way of explaining this concept, I owe much, from 2-3 thinkers, Stephen B. Smith in particular, and French philosopher Pascal in particular. Okay, I just try my best to summarize their ideas, so because we can get the best things and the best juicy at the end of this session. Stephen B is still alive. He's one of professor that I follow his talk from Yale. So loyalty is so important, what we shouldn't be blind by the loyalties. Logos and also ethos should be together, meeting, there's a meeting point in order for us to have a better countries. So now the challenge is for us to uphold the global, you can call it justice, equality, etc., as a nation, to make sure that we get benefit from both our own progress traditionally and also international development. Now this is Blaise Pascal, I said, 16th century philosopher. Now he's saying something like this, logic is so important, but our hearts do matter. The heart has a reason which the reason does not know. Meaning that, we can talk about, what is the logical thing and so on, but the logic itself fails to understand our heart has on their own argument. So this close to the ideas of logos and ethos. Ethos mostly developed through our hearts, our emotion, our cultural feelings, etc. So if we only half human, if we only based on rationality, there is another half, our emotion, our spirituality. That's another half which is important. We cannot walk just using our rationality. We just only half human. Okay. Now what we want is our reason and heart converge. That from that we develop the ideas of patriotism. Okay. Now this is the finding balance. This is something like if you all Aristotle, then certainly you know where is the paradigm that I use. This is very much Aristotelian. He's talking about excess and deficiencies. Now just imagine there is one horizontal line, left and right. On your left, on my left, whatever, okay, is the cosmopolitanism. On our right is nationalism. Okay. Now if we move too far to the right, talking our own identities, then the tie between me and other citizen getting loose. So patriotism is situated in between. Patriotism situated in between nationalism and cosmopolitanism. Now, it can move. It does not necessarily mean at the middle point. It can move depending on situation. At one point, you might think that patriotism skewed toward the direction of nationalism. At one point, you might see, patriotism skewed to the direction of cosmopolitanism. When your countries, my countries, just first get independent, certainly the direction is skewed toward the nationalism. But as time goes by, you might need to consider the cosmopolitanism cultures. Okay, and bring the understanding of loving your countries. I remember 20 years ago, I guess. I do not know whether this thing. I said, look, my colleague from Indonesia. Some of you maybe don't like. I hope this is not something sensitive. Look, my colleague from Indonesia. If you love your countries, if you love your people, you have to do whatever things you should do in order to make them develop. If the requirement is for you to use English to make you develop, use English. There's a moment that you have to forget about your national English. Yes, you have to skew to the right to become nationalistic. But at times, the development requires you to get engaged with the cosmopolitan culture, with global world. English is required. Look, my colleague, I said from Indonesia, If you think that you want to make sure your nation, your people develop, and the requirement is English, change to English. This is what I mean. You have to switch, find a balance between what's so-called nationalism and cosmopolitanism. Okay, let me check my point here. Well, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm blind. I'm blind and completely blind. I can't see. I can't see even the monitor in front of me. Therefore, sometimes I'm searching the point here. But never mind. I used to it. I've been teaching at University of Malaya for more than 30 years. Okay, the philosophical violence, quite integrated. Okay, this one already been explained. Okay, there are other thinkers also, but I think mostly I already said. Apia said something. You have to be patriotic, not to the exclusions of other citizens. I will already said this one. Okay, many of these things I already discussed. Maybe if you have anything, you can ask later. Okay, on this point. Well, this is very important thing. The settler state and also the host, the state or the home state. Now, why I say this is important? We can't easily plug any ideas from the West and implement it in our countries, or neither. We understand our own countries. Suddenly, we want to argue what is good for other countries based on our own history. We have to be really real. Now, look at your countries. This is also another model. Understanding settler countries such as people to that countries. Host countries is a countries that you develop yourself. You were, your forefathers, your ancestors were there, and so on. And other people come join you, become part of your home. Now, I already shared cosmopolitanism and nationalism as a model just now. Okay. Now, how to fit these models? If your country is a settler state generally, as I said, generally, why generally? Because things change, emerge, always in zigzag ways. And if your country is influenced by the model of settler state, and certainly, the patriotism for your country should skew not to the far right, not to the far right. If your country is models by the host state, certainly the model for your country is not skewed to the far left. No, to the far left. Example, if your country is Indonesia, and of course your country is Indonesia, and my country is Malaysia. If your country is Indonesia, okay, your patriotism should not go to the far left. Meaning, your identity is important. I'm not saying not far left, meaning abolish the far left. But you should embrace the ideas of universal justice. You should embrace the ideas of equality, not to the expense of your own identities. But if your country is settler states such as USA, now you've got to talk the equality, justice, etc., etc. Okay, because your country is based on ideology. They call it creedal nation ideology. It's not based on ethnicity ideology, and therefore, the ideas of diversity is so important. Okay. So France, Malaysia, Indonesia can be grouped up under the host state, and vice versa. US, Canada, Australia can be grouped up under the settler state. Now I know this is the realm of political scientist, not a political philosopher. So I most of my work on philosophy, but I think it's useful concept for me to share with you, and others and political scientists can take from these models and develop later how to argue over the importance of patriotism. I myself think patriotism is also important because people now, when they learn political science, what do they learn normally? They learn about power and choice. Of course, power and choice, and they don't understand. Over a period of time, they understand choice based on economic theory, game theories, public choice theories, and so on. They lose, the important philosophical message of politics itself, civic education, patriotism. This is the thing what Aristotle, Plato teach us. Okay, but after Machiavelli, people only talk about power, how to use power, and how some people abuse power. yeah, this is already been said. The settler state, how basically it works. They use patriotism to unify diversity, etc., etc. Look at US, the whole state like Malaysia. Okay, we have to base on the indigenous root, etc., etc. From that, we develop and embrace the cultures of cosmopolitanism. Okay, we want to harmonize it. Philosophers, they don't talk about who should be the one dominant, but we talk this what the way for us to harmonize the ideas. Okay, at the end, finally, so just a few couple of takeaway point, just a few things. I already said about Stephen B. Smith. I already talked about Pascal, and perhaps, I want to say this one: the true patriotisms, when logos and ethos meet, meaning our logics, our head and our hearts meeting, thinking, and our heart is guided by reason. Okay, with that, I end my session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Madam.
Professor Makmur Tumin. And as I can conclude, what you have presented to us is very philosophical reflections. And by exploring the complex relationship between cosmopolitanism and the patriotism you have mentioned here is in shaping modern political life, is reminded us that patriotism is not merely blind loyalty nor rigid nationalism. And as Stephen B. Smith described, you have mentioned also, an enlightened patriotism, a love of country guided by moral reasoning. At the same time, as Pascal teaches, the heart has its reasons, and reminding us that identity, belonging, and emotional connections remain essential to national life. And you have showed us that the real challenges of our era is not choosing between loving humanity and or loving our nations, but understanding how both can coexist meaningfully when logos and ethos, reason, and also moral sentiment work together. Patriotism becomes not exclusive, but human, not also narrow, but thoughtful, and not defensive, but ethically grounded. And also, I really like one of your central issues that you mentioned in your presentations. I've already mentioned it before also. Can we love humanity without losing our nations, or love our nation without losing our humanity? And in a world that is increasingly interconnected, yet divided, your message is really clear, and true patriotism is where the heart and reason meet, and loyalty enriched by universal ethics, not threatened by them. Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Makmur Tumin, for your presentations. And on behalf of this committee, we would like to present a token of appreciation for you. Please, committee.
Thank you.
Here is our token of appreciation for you, Professor Dr. Makmur Tumin. Thank you once again for your discussions in philosophical and Aristotle insight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, without any further ado, let's meet our third speaker for this session, or I can say last speaker for this session, is Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran, a lecturer at the Social Sciences University of Ankara. Please, committee, pin the Zoom of the Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran. Okay, as we wait, I will introduce Dr. Boran. He earned his PhD from the Department of Politics and Government at Universitas Gadjah Mada. His research focuses on Indonesian domestic and foreign policy, and he has also published multiple scholarly articles and book chapters on Indonesian foreign policy in both English and Turkish. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tufan Kutaibaran. Please have a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very
Hello,
much.
good morning, Dr.
Can you hear
Tufan.
me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a great honor to be here today. Thank you very much for the opportunity, first of all. My name is Tufan Kutaibaran. I am currently a lecturer in Social Science University of Ankara. I have my actually PhD in Universitas Gadjah Mada, Jogja, so I'm familiar with your country as well. So it's a great honor to be here. Today I will talk about the importance of Global South, actually, the importance of Global South. How in recent geopolitical strategies, the Global South increase or seeking for strategic autonomy. And I will discuss it on Indonesia. So the title that I would like to give for this is Smart Balancing Without Confrontation and Indonesia as a Middle Power in the Global South. So this is actually the title of my recent article as well, to searching for a title that for the Indonesian foreign policy, to define it under the current global tensions and how Indonesia is just illustration actually. The question is how emerging middle powers seeking for strategic autonomy. So let's going deeper for this topic. So as we all know, Global South becoming more and more important for the world today, and in recent years, the global order has entered a period of profound transformation, especially the post-Cold War liberal system led by the West is fragmenting, new poles of powers are emerging. So this is actually what we call as a Global South. Once defined primarily in economic and developmental terms, the Global South today actually represents a geopolitical consciousness as well. A group of states seeking strategic autonomy rather than alignment with the greater powers in the Global South, especially these emerging middle powers, such as Indonesia, Turkey, and etc. So empirically, why Global South important? This is actually visible as well, since the Global South now accounts for over 80% of global growth, and by 2025, it is predicted that BRICS economies surpass the G7 in collective GDP as well. And we see that these states are not merely following the emerging powers, what I'm talking about, not following the great powers lead or direction, but they also seeking for reforming the global governance base from trade to security to technology. And here I would like to ask that, how can a middle power such as Indonesia enhance its strategic autonomy and influence amid the great power rivals, namely US and China, without choosing sides? I found an answer for that, which is smart balancing, which combines hard balancing, include defense modernization or increasing of military capability, as well as the soft balancing, which is institutional diplomacy and economic diversification. Okay. So theoretical looking, I actually inspired from Joseph Nye's smart power theory, where Joseph Nye emphasized on U.S. foreign policy should not only follow the hard hard power skills, but also U.S. should use soft power, which actually means U.S. not only use coercion, but also should use the attraction of it. Okay, so from this term, I try to combine this hard balancing and soft balancing materials for Indonesia. Soft balancing means actually it came from Robert Tape and Paul. States uses institutions, norms, coalitions, and diplomacy to indirectly limit greater power or greater states' behavior without provoking them, as well as using hard balancing instruments by increasing their military capabilities. So in here, soft balancing is not enough alone, as well as hard balancing as well. So states should, emerging states or emerging middle powers can use this together to increase their influence or
Sorry,
their
Dr.
autonomy.
Tufan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
We cannot see your presentations. Could you please repeat the share screen for us, please?
Sure. Wait a second. Can you hear it? Can you see it?
No, we cannot see it also now.
I actually shared it, but I don't know.
Or maybe we
I don't
can
know.
help you
I
to share
already
screen
shared it,
your
actually.
presentation.
Sorry?
Or maybe we can help you to share your presentation here.
Sure. How can we
Okay.
do that?
Okay.
So I stop sharing my screen then.
Yeah, we cannot see your presentations.
Okay. I stopped it. I stopped sharing my screen. I don't know. I actually shared my screen, but
Okay,
I
maybe
don't know why you cannot see
maybe
it.
you can continue to present without the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, we can see now. Okay.
Okay, we can maybe go into the, what is that called? The conceptual evolution from smart power to smart balancing. I was explaining about the theory, the conceptual evolution. It should be the third slide. Okay. Okay, the third slide. This is the first one, the conceptual evolution, yes. Okay. So, finally, let's say how I came to this concept. Once again, briefly, I combined hard balancing, which means capability building, deterrence and defense modernization, and soft balancing, which means institutional participation using diplomacies and multilateral engagement. So, next slide, please, from Bebas Active to smart balancing. So, how Indonesian foreign policy currently under the Prabowo administration use this smart balancing model. So before going into that, we should probably talk about traditional Indonesian foreign policy first, which we call Bebas Active Foreign Policy or Free and Active Foreign Policy. As we know, it was first articulated by Vice President Mohamed Atta in 1948. The meaning actually hidden in the term itself. Indonesian foreign policy should be active while pursue non-blockism or non-alignment stance in global politics. The essence, the meaning is Indonesia should not actively engage a bloc. However, I think the most active foreign policy, although the term isn't there, it was reinterpreted and reinterpreted and reinterpreted by each president of Indonesia, uh, uh, from Sukarno until today, Prabowo Subianto. For instance, in the Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono period, how he interpreted Bebas active foreign policy is Indonesia should draw a new image for the global order by emphasizing Indonesia as a country is a Muslim, Indonesia country is democratic, as well as Indonesia is a country who follows the modernity. However, in the Joko Widodo period, I think you are in the wrong slide. It should be from Bebas active to smart balancing. The fourth slide, please. The fourth. Yes, thank you. Under the Joko Widodo period, Yudhoyono foreign policy, the concept of Bebas active was highly criticized because it was so multilateral. Indonesian foreign policy engaged highly into global politics. So Joko Widodo period mostly follows the bilateral relations, increasing economic diplomacy with the countries. The multilateral engagement were decreased because it was not seen that much beneficial, and it's for the country as well as for the people. So there was an understanding of diplomacy of pro-rakyatan, etc. Under the Joko era. So we can say that Indonesian foreign policy actually learned from its predecessor foreign policy understanding. So that's the thing that I literally believe. So what about the current Indonesian foreign policy? Actually, when Prabowo Subianto entered the political scene, at first as defense minister and then as a president, I highly believe that he reframed this Bebas active foreign policy through neorealism perspective. Is it surprising? No, I don't think so, since Indonesian foreign policy, or let's say Bebas active, I think depends on two things. First, that current global political and the tensions, and the second, the leaders' opinions on the foreign policy. So we may say that Bebas active is reinvented by these two elements. So as an ex-military man, it's highly normal that how Prabowo Subianto may read the Indonesian foreign policy through the neo-realism lens. And he often even emphasized, even in the presidential elections, that respecting international politics actually comes from the capability, but not the intention. So this is important. So this also brings us to another formulation, that the strategic autonomy of Indonesia no longer means the naturality, but the capability. So while mostly the experts, scholars who works on Indonesian foreign policy under the Jokowi period as well as the Yudhoyono period, they mostly define Indonesian foreign policy under the term of hedging. However, I think under the Prabowo that hedging policy is left behind, but Indonesian foreign policy become more operational rather than using this hedging term. Okay. Next slide is institutionalized and operational balance. So here I will explain that why Indonesian foreign policy, or how Indonesian foreign policy uses these two terms, the hard balancing as well as soft balancing, and how these two terms practicized under the Prabowo Subianto. So we should maybe start with what is that called? The hard balancing first. Hard balancing, I just explained that the increasing of military capability. Actually, this was always Indonesia's program. However, under the, especially while he, the President Prabowo, under his defense ministry, this defense modernization already started. We can clearly see that. And here we see for the global south, especially the emerging middle powers, we see a concept that actually working with another middle power is much more beneficial for that middle power rather than working with the greater power. So by using this concept, we see Prabowo Subianto mostly or tend to work with the other middle powers, and one of the biggest examples is Turkey. During both his presidential and defense ministerial era, Prabowo Subianto collaborated with Turkey, and especially with some companies such as Bayraktar, TUSAŞ, which means the purchase of drones, purchase of the 5th generation fighter jets, building, what is that called, the medium sized tanks, and etc. In many sectors with Turkey and Indonesia working together. Prabowo's defense diplomacy approach to Turkey is unique since Indonesia's preferring that approaching to another middle power rather than major ones. Why? Because Indonesia is not want to avoiding them. Yeah, you know, like most of the audience is Indonesian. I can see that the Prabowo Subianto uses this term mostly, which means nguruk tanpa bolo, menang tanpa ngasorake, win but without offending the other or offending the enemy. So, which means that by, you know, approaching to the actually another middle power is beneficial since you are not offending the other middle powers. This is highly important, especially if that country is also pursuing non-block stance such as Turkey. This is much more beneficial. Okay. Is it only Turkey? No, there are other emerging middle powers such as Korea or second tier great powers such as Italy, I know, as well as the France. So Indonesia is trying to diversifying its partnerships, not only sticking with the only single great power. It's important for increasing the strategic component. And soft balancing. Soft balancing is important as well, using the diplomacy for increasing the flexibility in the region. As we know, ASEAN is, well, or was, or maybe until now, is the cornerstone of Indonesian foreign policy. And institutionally, Indonesia try to, you know, get the leverage from ASEAN, especially balancing the tensions in the in the Pacific is important. Yet, some experts criticized ASEAN as well. Why? Because ASEAN do not have any binding mechanism towards greater powers. So even one of the Indonesian foreign policy expert, as well as my friend Rizal Sukma, once defined ASEAN as a golden cage for Indonesian foreign policy. To like giving that much effort, but do not have that much benefit for it. So, what we see under the Prabowo period, Indonesia seems like engaging with other institutions by increasing its leverage. Okay, and what I'm talking here is, of course, the BRICS. BRICS is actually become a hot topic in Indonesia. And I also saw that it was criticized by many that what is the benefits for Indonesia rather than just being under the target of the West by the left, the Western system and etc. Yes, Indonesia's BRICS membership still carries ambiguities, or maybe even endangers, I don't know, endangers relations with the Western liberal order, and Indonesian actually Foreign Minister Sugiono described actually BRICS is not just BRICS is not a phenomenon that Indonesia left the relations with West. It's a reflection of a robust active. This can be true, this can be false as well. The false part, I think, is Indonesia, after a long time, moved away from its traditional non-black stance and become a member of an economic alliance focused by global south. This is something important for Indonesian foreign policy, and it's a big step as well. But true part, I think, and the active part in that Bebas active is that Prabowo Subianto may have wanted to use this membership, BRICS membership, to make the Bebas active more visible and applicable for Indonesian foreign policy. What I'm talking is, as we just described, this smart balancing. Smart balancing mostly is used by the greater powers or second tier great powers, sorry, to balance the other great powers. However, soft balancing, I mean this institutional kind of balance or diplomatic balancing, can also be used by this middle powers or emerging middle powers to balancing the greater powers, although they are under the same block or same institution. So by using BRICS membership, Indonesia may want to balance China as one of its ontological concern until now. Indonesia would like to maybe soft balancing China by using BRICS. This is important, and I think a strategic move for Indonesian foreign policy, and this exists under the Prabowo Subianto period, which is highly non-traditional move for Indonesian foreign policy. Next slide, please. So the conclusion, probably. Can we move to next slide, please? Okay, thank you. As a conclusion, I cannot see the conclusion in this slide. I don't know, but let me cover up the conclusion. Indonesia's, as a conclusion, we can say that Indonesia's multi-faced approach, multifaceted approach, actually, to navigating this great power rivalry can be characterized as a smart balancing model. Once again, we define this balancing as one of the syntheses, the traditional hard balancing capacity, as well as soft balancing capacities. Indonesia's foreign policy under the Prabowo, I think, mostly uses this smart balancing mechanism. And it's one of the most significant trajectory, although it's almost a year, it's highly new foreign policy for him, but smart balancing theory can be useful for emerging middle power to how they, balance the greater powers by most increasing their capabilities to collaborate with other emerging middle powers, or institutional balancing the great powers by including same blocks with them. So hopefully this understanding of smart balancing is beneficial for you. Hope I could deliver my ideas to you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran. Okay, as now we've just heard from him a rich presentation analytically from him, and he offered a clear framework for understanding Indonesia evolving strategic posture in rapidly changing global landscape. And he draw from the rise of the global south, emphasizing that Indonesia is no longer merely reacting to great power rivalry. And instead, Indonesia is shaping its own path through smart balancing. And smart balancing is a strategic synthesis of defense modernizations, diversified partnership, institutional diplomacy, and also economic statecraft. And his key insight is that in today's world, autonomy is not achieved by choosing sides, but by building capability, widening cooperation, and embedding independence into institutions. And also, he showed how Indonesia's long-standing doctrine of bebas aktif has transformed from neutrality into more structured, capability-driven autonomy. And under these interpretations, Indonesia positioned itself as not as a passive balancer, but as an active middle power capable of shaping regional and also global order. And thank you, Mr. Dr. Tufan. And on behalf of the committee, we will give you a token of appreciation now. Please, committee. Okay, Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran, thank you for today's sessions. It's really insightful for us here. Please give a round of applause, please. Okay, thank you once again to all our distinguished speakers and participants for such meaningful discussions. And that concludes our speaker session for today. And now I would like to hand the session back to our Master of Ceremony to continue with the next part of this conference program. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all speakers for the wonderful presentation and discussion session. Each of your insights have been truly valuable and have given us a lot of meaningful knowledge and perspective. And now, we would like to present a certificate to Ms. Nurul Atia Iskila as the moderator of the discussion session. We would like to invite Ms. Nurul Atia Iskila to kindly come up to the stage, and we also invite Mr. Robi Nur Hadi, PhD, to join us on the stage to present the certificate to Ms. Nurul Atia Iskila. We truly appreciate this moment of recognition and gratitude. Once again, thank you very much to all speakers for the explanation at the discussion session. And thank you to Ms. Nurul Atia Iskila as a moderator for this session. Let's give a round of applause to all speakers today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the breakout room session. All presenters are kindly requested to enter their assigned breakout rooms, as previously informed by the committee. Please make sure to join the correct room according to your presentation schedule. And all participants who have registered as attendees are kindly asked to remain in the main Zoom room as we will continue with the next part of the international conference today. Thank you for your cooperation and enjoy the session.
Good morning to all present here in our breakout room, number one. Is Estalia Rona Raturoy already present here in the first breakout room? Okay, we're going to the second presenter. Is Salman Nugraha already present here? Okay, there's no Salman. And next, Aprilia Chandrawati.
Yes.
Okay. Going to fourth, Sheikh Muhammad.
Okay.
No.
Muhammad,
yes.
Siti Marsha Aulia.
Yes.
Okay, Siti, you can share your screen now and present your paper, please. And please, for Siti, you can turn on your camera. Siti.
I already opened the camera.
Okay, I think Siri is not here. And we're going to the sixth presenter, Tasha Sharadin Azahra.
Yes.
Guys, please back to the first breakout room. Okay, I can see everyone already turn on their camera. Okay, Siri, you can now share your screen and present your paper in 5 minutes.
Which city? Because there is two city here.
Okay, the time is yours.
Do you guys see my screen? Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon for everyone. Today we'll explain an issue called the 2015 European migrant crisis. Let's imagine Europe as a big house in 2015. That house suddenly had thousands of people knocking on the door who escaping fire or in danger. Some said open the door and they need help, but the others said lock the door. Strangers are dangerous. This is where different stories, different narratives begin to clash. It shows how postmodernism played a role, security or humanity. So now I will explain the background of the issue. In 2015, Europe faced a massive influx of refugees from Syria, Afghanistan and Iraq feeling war, violence, and political instability. This event known as the 2015 European migrant crisis. To face the situation, European countries respond in different ways by welcoming or rejecting the migrants. On one hand, countries such as Germany Sweden and part of Italy implemented open-door policies providing asylum, humanitarian assistance, and international protection. These responses were framed through a humanitarian narrative, emphasizing the refugees were victims of war who deserve protection. German Chancellor Angela Merkel's well-known statement, "We can handle this," became a symbol of European solidarity. On the other hand, a security narrative used from states such as Hungary and Poland, and etc. These countries rejected refugees' admission on the grounds of national security, social stability, and protection of cultural identity. They built border fences, tightened migrants' controls, and refused the EU refugee quota system. In this case, I used the postmodern theory of Jean-François Lyotard from his book The Postmodern Condition, a report on knowledge which published on 1979. He argues that in the postmodern era, we cannot fully rely on grand narrative or single universal explanation of truth. Instead, reality consists of many small stories or perspectives. It's called a small narrative, which represent different experiences and viewpoints. He also introduced the concept of language games, meaning that truth is shaped by how language is used within specific social and political context. As a result, there is no absolute truth. Truth is formed through communication, interpretation, and the way groups use language to support their ideas. Therefore, what society knows as true depends on who speak, how they speak, and which narrative become dominant. This study or this presentation aims to answer the questions: how do humanitarian and security narratives shape European state policies regarding the arrival of migrants during 2015 migrant crisis? So now let's move to the analysis that I have been searched before. This case reveals the competing narrative, humanitarian and security. The security narrative can be placed as a grand narrative while prioritizing national stability and safety, while obscuring individual refugees' experience, while the humanitarian narrative serves as small narrative or pathetic narrative, which emphasizing real human suffering and the need for protection, legitimizing policies of welcoming the refugees. But however, depending on the other perspective, the humanitarian discourse can also view as a grand narrative, foregrounding universal values such as human rights and moral responsibility, while the security narrative becomes a pathetic narrative rooted in the localized fear regarding social, economic, and cultural risk. And in addition, Lyotard's concept of language games is evident, as language is strategically used to sustain each narrative. Terms such as threat reinforce security discourse, while phrases like war of victims strengthen humanitarian discourse. This demonstrates that truth is not singular, but it depends on the contextual rules of discourse communities that play language to influence opinion, political legitimacy, and policy outcomes. As a result, some European countries adopted open-door policies while the others closed the door policy.
We can wrap up in your conclusion.
So now the conclusion is the European migrant crisis on 2015 illustrate that truth in global politics isn't fixed but produced through competing narrative, humanitarian and security discourse shape public perception and state policy, whether to welcome the migrants or close border, demonstrating how language construct migrants as either victims or threats. The case of the 2015 European migrants crisis reinforced Lyotard's postmodern argument that international relation is fundamentally an arena of contest meanings, rather than solely a contest of material interests. In this context, truth becomes relative, depend on the dominant narrative rather than on objective reality.
Okay,
I think that's all of my presentation.
Thank you,
Thank
Siti,
you.
for your presentations. Okay, next presenter will be Tasha Sharadin Azahra. Please prepare your presentations. You may share your presentation here. Okay, Tasha, you may start. Tasha, we cannot hear your voice. Can you repeat? Start from the theories. Tasha, please mute and unmute. And we'll check if your voice already come out or no. Okay, just continue. Tasha, please continue. You have 2 minutes more. Okay, Tasha, you have 1 minute more. You can wrap it up with your conclusion. Okay. Okay, Tasha, thank you for your presentations. Okay, we go to the next presenter. Okay, next. Selanda Medista. Do we have Selanda Medista here? Okay, we go to the next presenter, Saskia Aulia. Saskia Aulia, you may prepare your presentations and start your screen. You have 5 minutes of presentations, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Saskia Lia. Welcome to today. We compare to analysis of South Korea, French policy towards North Korea nuclear weapons. The background: North Korea nuclear initiative poses significant security risks and remains a pressing policy issues for South Korea. South Korea response to these issues has varied significantly depending on the political ideology of its leaders. The Park Geun-hye administration took a strong and confrontational stance, while the Moon Jae-in administration has shifted to collaborative diplomacy, providing an interesting example of foreign policy development. For research and question and theory, number one, what causes the difference in the South Korean foreign policy toward North Korea under Park Geun-hye and Moon Jae-in? How did Park Geun-hye approach affect security stability on the Korean Peninsula? Number three, to what extent did Moon Jae-in policy successor in easing tension with North Korea? Number four, how did internal and external factors influence the policy decisions of both the leaders? Theory usage. Number one is foreign policy decision-making theory. Number two, foreign policy concept. And number three, analysis of internal and external factors. For analysis, Park Geun-hye implemented a strict policy marked by the closure in the strain complex and reinduction inside this policy, which was pushed the Conservative Party and public opinion, actually increased tension. Moon Jae-in emphasized the Newson policy through the Panmunjom Declaration and increased aid. This method based on the Liberal Party principle and public support successfully reduced tension and encouraged more reconstruction dialogue. Also, policy differences are mainly influenced by internal factors, such as party in the ideology and the background of leaders. Moon Jae-in's collaboration strategy has proven to be more effective in maintaining stability. Going forward, it is advisable to implement flexible policies, combining diplomacy with cautious strengthening partnership with allies while building trust with North Korea and renewing economic cooperation under strict supervision. Thank you.
Thank you, Saskia, for your presentations. Okay, we going to the next presenter, Kesa Ardila Pramesti. Okay, Kesa, you can prepare your presentations and then share your presentation here. Okay, you have 5 minutes to present your paper.
Sorry, the share screen from me?
Yes, you may share your screen. Committee, can we go back to Kesa? Okay.
Have you been... Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Kesar Dila Pramesti. I will present you about an analysis of United Nations High Commissioner for Refugee or UNHCR intervention in the Syrian refugee crisis. The civil war that The civil war erupted in Syria in 2011 has created on the large humanitarian crisis of the 21st century. More than 6 million Syrians have been internally displaced, while probably 5 and 6 million others have fled to neighboring countries such as Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. This massive displacement has imposed significant social, economic, and political burdens on host states and the international community. The United Nations, through its agency, the United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees, has been the primary actor in addressing this crisis. UNHCR's main includes providing humanitarian aid, protecting refugees, and promoting long-term solutions such as voluntary repatriation and social integration. Research question: how does the United Nations address its roles and responsibilities in the refugee crisis in Syria? Theoretical, I choose human security theory broadens the concept of security beyond state protection to include individual safety from threats like hunger, violence, and human rights abuses. In the Syrian refugee crisis, UNHCR embodies this theory by providing food, shelter, and legal protection. So second, I choose liberal institutionalism theory, argues that global cooperation is best achieved through international institutions that promote coordination and peace. So next, analysis. First, UNHCR's role in the Syrian refugee crisis. Since the outbreak of Syrian conflict, UNHCR has been at the forefront of the global humanitarian response. The agency provides essential services such as food, clean water, health care, education, and temporary shelter for millions of displaced Syrians.
Okay, Kesa, you can wrap your presentation in your conclusion,
So
please.
second, the United Nations
Kesa, please go to the
United
conclusion.
Nations core responsibilities. First, in coordinates humanitarian assistance of officer of
Kesa,
for the coordination
Kesa,
of humanitarian
you
affairs.
can go
So
to the
second
conclusion.
is mobilize global resources and funding from member states. Third, monitors and document human rights violations. And fourth, it facilitates diplomatic negotiation and peace.
Kesa, you can you can jump to the conclusion. You have 30
challenge
seconds.
in human rights protection. The UN's effort to uphold human rights in Syria faces a political and logistical challenge. The repeated use the vetoes by Russia and China has prevented the Security Council from referring Syria's situation to the International Criminal Court.
Kesa, you can jump to the conclusion because your time has ended.
Perform and solution to track UN humanitarian response. The Syrian crisis reveals the urgent need for institutional reform within the United Nations. Proposed measures include establishing an rapid humanitarian response force capable of immediately deployed to crisis areas, increasing funding and logistic support for UNHCR, and limiting the use the veto power in case involving mass human rights violations. And the last conclusion, the United Nations through UNHCR plays vital role in addressing the Syrian refugee crisis by providing humanitarian assistance, protecting human rights, and coordinating international effort. Despite facing financial limited, political obstacle, and restricted access to conflict zones, UNHCR has managed to save millions of lives and provide hope to displaced Syrians. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kesha. And next, Randy, sorry, yang ini dulu. Next, Estalia Rona Raturoy. Can you hear me?
Okay, let me share my PowerPoint.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Estalia Rona Raturai, time is yours.
You have 5 minutes of presentation.
Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint?
We cannot see your presentations.
Okay. Let me share again. How about now?
Okay, we can see your presentation. Now you may start. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Estalia, and I'm from Social Science University of Ankara, Turkey. Now, I would like to present my draft paper about Muhammadiyah's potential role as a non-state actor in advancing Indonesian net zero emission 2060 agenda. Start from the introduction. I actually started the research with the global context or global issue, which is related to the climate change poses a shared challenge that require multi-actor collaboration across the nation and the sector. It means like not only nation actor, but also this issue need a non-state actor to solve with better solution. And then I also include the Indonesian commitment with this global issue, which is Indonesia target net zero emission, or we call it NZE, in 2060 as a part of its green diplomacy and sustainable development strategy. This commitment also aligned with the ASEAN Center of Energy and the Paris Agreement as well. So that for this big commitment, as we can understand, Indonesia need like multi-actor approach, which is like for the society or maybe for NGO or many more. At the same time, achieving NZE needs participation for civil society or the other actor, let's say, as I mentioned before, maybe faith-based organization with strong moral and social influence. And also at the same time, there is a fact that Indonesian, the one of Indonesian faith-based organization, which is Muhammadiyah, relevant with this issue. And as we can know, Muhammadiyah is also the one of world's largest Islamic organization, so their influence is also the big one in our country and our region. And in fact, Muhammadiyah active in environmental and humanitarian initiative through the, let's say, Muhammadiyah Climate Center or MCC, and then ECOMOS program, digital climate activism, and Global Forum for Climate Movement. And for this issue, also supported by diplomacy training, such as data that I got before, Muhammadiyah Diplomacy Training, or MDT Batch 3, that focusing on green diplomacy and humanitarian engagement. So that I conclude that for the research gap and urgency, given the limited research and faith-based green diplomacy in Indonesia, this study analyzed Muhammadiyah's potential and to engage the country green diplomacy and advance the regional NZE 2060 agenda. So that I proposed two research questions. The first one is, what the opportunities does Muhammadiyah have as a non-state actor to support Indonesia NZE 2060 agenda? And how can Muhammadiyah contribute to green diplomacy and regional collaboration on climate issues? Because as a literature review that I got before, it's a bit rarely to analyze or maybe discuss about non-state actors that contribute to the green diplomacy instead of nation nation actor. And then for this research question, I also break down for the objective, which is with 2 points. The first one is to analyze Muhammadiyah's potential role as a non-state actor in advancing NCE 2060, and also to explore its contribution to green diplomacy and sustainable development across the ASEAN. And for the research method, I wrote about qualitative research using the descriptive analytical approach to the library research, which is the data focusing on the academic literature on green diplomacy, and then also faith diplomacy, and the information about NCE 2060 specifically in the regional area. And then, of course, I would like to search about the official Muhammadiyah document and public report from MCC, LHKI, and ECOSOC collaboration, because as we can know, this actor is not only collaborate with the government sector, but also the other non-state actor. And also the last data sources, I want to search more about the regional and national policy document from ASEAN and the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs that also related to Muhammadiyah contribution. And then for the analytical framework, I will use green diplomacy theory by David Raymond, 1934, which is for this framework or for this theory. There is a main argument that for accepting
you may now wrap it up in your conclusion because you have 1 minute left.
Thank you for the information. Okay. Maybe I just want to make a short explanation about the research finding that I divided into 2 points. The first one is Indonesia NZE framework, and also I want to break down about Muhammadiyah's current initiative, which is with 4 points: environmental institution, capacity building, global engagement, and how they organize digital activism. And then for that finding, I will breakdown also with two main discussion, which is Muhammadiyah as a non-state diplomatic actor and how their regional implications, so that I can answer the research question that I explained before. For the conclusion and recommendation, I conclude that Muhammadiyah holds significant potential as a non-state faith-based actor in advancing Indonesia's NZ 2060 agenda, and also for its environmental initiative like moral legitimacy and transnational network position. It is a bridge between state diplomacy and civil society engagement, so can increase the image and also contribution for Indonesia in their commitment specifically in environmental issue. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Estalia, for your presentations. Okay, now we're going to the next presenter, Salman Nugraha.
Thank you so much. Let me set my presentation first.
Okay, please.
Wait. Can you see my screen?
Okay, we can see your screen. You may start now.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Salman
Okay,
Nugraha
please be sorry, Salman. Please be informed that you will have 5 minutes time of presentations.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I'm Salman Nugraha from Social Science University of Ankara in Turkey. So my topic today was the Turkey factor in Indonesian strategic autonomy, as previously been explained by our lecturer, Dr. Tufan. Indonesia pretty much nowadays starting to apply what is called smart balance strategy. So in this case, I want to look for on how Turkey impact on this policy, on how Turkey will impact Indonesia pursuit of strategic autonomy. However, it's not only limited to the defense industry that is currently rising now, as you can see in the media outlet, but to what extent that this rise of Turkey can help Indonesia's pursuit of strategic autonomy. So now we have to understand what is strategic autonomy first. From the realist perspective, it is argued that strategic autonomy is the ability to hedge or balance and have some self-help capacity amid great power rivalry. On the other hand, liberal institutionalist says that autonomy is a capacity to act within interdependence through institution and economic tools. So within the international institution, being able to have some sort of autonomy, it's considered as strategic true from liberal strategic perspective. So the gap identification in this topic is that on how exactly Turkey engagement influence Indonesia's strategic autonomy. So not only on defense industrialization and defense modernization on Indonesia, however, it's put into more broader context like geopolitical, economic, and institutional autonomy. So going through the first factor is defense autonomy, we can see that the rise of Turkey is proven to help Indonesian pursuit of strategic autonomy. From this chart below, we can see that between 2015 and 2019, Turkey was not on the top 10 arms partners of Indonesia. Like Indonesia was not buying anything from Turkey throughout this past 10 years. However, during the 2020 until 2024, Turkey entered into the top 10, although it's still on the number 7. However, it's still considered as pretty much a significant progress by the rise of defense industry in Turkey and how Indonesia welcome it. And then, as you can see on the right corner, that starting from 2022 until 2025, there's a significant progress on Indonesia and Turkey defense-related agreement or project. We conclude that on this area, Turkey has helped Indonesia strategic autonomy through an alternative trade partners in terms of defense autonomy. Okay, and in this table is just explaining on what project that has been done between Indonesia and Turkey in the past 10 years. And the second one is geopolitical autonomy. As we already know that Turkey have this initiative called Asia New Initiative of Turkey. So this initiative also helped Indonesia to have an alternative partners in the region, especially amid US and China rivalry in the Indo-Pacific. So with Turkey outreach to Southeast Asia, it served as a new tool for Indonesia to have a more alternative hedging strategy. The last two factors is economic and institutional. So we can see that in the chart here, we can see that between Indonesian trade with alternative power, Turkey is still on the bottom of this chart, which means that economically, Turkey cannot be a major alternative partners with Indonesia, because there is still other countries that have more trade value than Turkey in the region, which means that Turkey economic presence is still a complementary rather than a substitutive.
Salman, could you please wrap your presentation in your conclusion, because your time is up?
Institutional. As you can see, last 2 weeks, we see this ministerial meeting on Palestine in Istanbul. So this kind of institutional meeting also help Indonesian strategic economy in a way that Turkey and Indonesia could cooperate on shared concern involving Muslim communities and global Islamic issue, which open normative and diplomatic pathways beyond great power frameworks. So without including the great power in this institution, both countries could actually work towards a certain issue in the global perspective. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna write up on that. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much, Salman Nugraha, for your presentations. Okay, next we're going to the third presenter, Aprilia Chandrawati. Okay. Okay, you may now share your screen to us.
Okay. Can you see my share screen?
Yes, we can see your presentations, and you have 5 minutes from now to present your paper.
Thank you. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Aprilia Chandrawati, and today I'm going to present about the concept of Marxist international political economy. Please discuss how Marxist idea can help us understand global uniquely and economic power relation between countries. The background, Yes, the background of the topic is relative global inequality. Even though globalization contacts the world, rich countries still dominate the global economy. Marxism gives us framework to understand why it happens, because capitalism, it creates a structural benefit rich and powerful nations. So the main question why this inequality condition to exist. Next, research and theoretical framework. My research focus how Marxist theory explain global inequality. There are several key figures that develop this idea. First, Karl Marx, who explains that value comes from labor, but the profit goes to capital owners. And second, Immanuel Weinstein, who expanded Marx's idea to the global level with his world system theory.
And let's third, Lediner Lane, who see imperialist is the global expansion of capitalism, and lastly, Robert Gill, who plays Marxist as one the main person in international political theory. So problem statement. Oh, ini konsepnya apa ya? Oh, oke. Di case study-nya, to make it clear, I have 3 case study. First, global north, South divide, where Western countries dominate in situation like World Bank, while the global South divides of them. Second, global South lane, for example, cheap labor in Indonesia or Bangladesh, producing goods for Western company. And third, exploitation in Africa, where multinational competition take natural resources, but the profit destined in Africa. And conclusion, Marxists help us understand that utility is not incident, it's part how capitalism works. Development countries keep their power through trade, investment, and global institution. Even Marxist is sometimes seen to focus on it, still very relevant to understand globalization today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aprilia, for your presentations. Now we head to fourth presenter, Sheikh Muhammad.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
Wait.
Okay, you may start 5 minutes from now.
Okay, let's introduce myself. My name is Sheikh Muhammad Sabiq Alatas. Please allow me to present my assignment. The title is Cooperation Indonesia-Norway in Addressing Climate Change. Next slide. The background of the problem climate change is causing global temperatures to rise, forests to be destroyed, and natural disasters to become more frequent. This problem cannot be solved alone. Cooperation between countries is essential. Indonesia, with its vast tropical forests, plays a vital role on the lungs of the world. However, deforestation and land clearing increase carbon emission. To address this, Indonesia has created the Follow Net-Sink 2030 program, which aims to ensure the forestry sector absorbs more carbon than it releases. Next slide. Yes, in here, the green theory is a theory in international relations that examines the relation between humans and the environment. This theory implies that nature should not be viewed solely as economic resource, but also has important values that must be protected and preserved. This theory emerged due to increasing global environmental problems such as climate change, deforestation, and pollution. Green theory believes the environment crisis occur because humans are to focus on economic interest and power. Without regard for the balance of nature related to this background, this theory explains the reason for the collaboration between Indonesia and Norway in the Follow Net-Sink 2030 program. This collaboration is a concrete example of the application of green theory, where both countries work together to reduce carbon emission and protect forests, as shared responsibility to protect the earth from impact of climate change. Next slide. Analysis from Robin Exerly. a country should become a green state that is a country that makes environmental protection and central part of the national and foreign policy. Indonesia is striving to become a green state by establishing the Volunating 2030 policy as a commitment to protecting forests and reducing carbon emissions. Norway demonstrates its role as a developed nation with global responsibility by assisting Indonesia with funding and green technology. From external perspective, this collaboration reflects the role of environmentally conscious and countries working together towards a common goal, planetary sustainability and global ecological justice. Next slide. Analysis discussion for me. The collaboration between Indonesia and Norway under the Volunating 2030 program represents a concrete example of international environmental diplomacy. Its green theory explains the relation between countries should not only focus on politics and economic, but also consider environmental sustainability and the shared responsibility for protecting the earth. This collaboration demonstrates that both countries have implemented countries' values with priorities nature benefit. So this program, Indonesia and Norway are both playing a role in protecting the global environment by reducing carbon emission, protecting forests, and preventing further climate change. Next slide. Case study. Case study in Indonesia, environmental problems stem from increasing deforestation and forest fires, which lead to high carbon emission. According to data from the Ministry in Environmental and Forestry, by 2024, approximately 1,075 hectares of Indonesia forest will be lost due to land clearing, illegal logging, and first in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Papua. This situation not only damages nature and biodiversity but also exacerbates global climate change by reducing the forest's
Sir?
ability to absorb carbon.
So,
This issue has
because your time is up, you can conclude your conclusion now.
Okay. The conclusion, the cooperation between Indonesia and Norway reflects the application of green theory, as it is based on ecological awareness and a shared responsibility to protect nature. According to Robin Exerly, this cooperation is a step toward building a green state, where a country actively protect the environment through its policies and international collaboration. Okay, I say thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chef, for your presentations. Now we're going to next presenter, Selanda Medista. Do we have Selanda Medista here? Okay, there's no Selanda. We're going to Randy Putra Pratama.
Okay.
Okay, Randy, we can see your presentation. You have 5 minutes. Start from now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Randy Putra Prama, and today I will presentation my paper with the title Indonesia and Synergy in the Water Forum as a Collaborative Effort to Achieve SDG 6. So before I start, the World Water Forum, an international forum that discusses global water relations. The WWF is organized every 3 years by the World Water Council, an international organization founded in 1996. And the Global Water Council focus its activity on 3 main areas: mobilizing political action and new diplomacy by mobilizing political action to ensure the right to access water and sanitation for all. So, the WWF is important event in the global agenda water issue, and Indonesia has been entrusted to host the 10th WWF, which will be held in Bali. Some of the topics to be discussed at WWF 2024 in Bali include groundwater and surface water conservation, clean water and sanitation in line with SDG number 6, food energy security to support human life, and mitigation of natural disasters caused by water, also known as hydrometeorology. So next. In my paper, I use two theory. The first is SDGs theory. The SDGs have 5 main pillars, known as the 5P: people, planet, uh, prosperity, peace, and partnership. These 5 pillars are interconnected and support each other in achieving sustainable development. And specifically for SDG 6, focus on clean water and sanitation. This goal has a specific target to ensure the availability and sustainable management of clean water and sanitation for all by 2030. This target includes universal access to safe and affordable drinking water, access to adequate sanitation and hygiene, improved water quality, efficient water use, implementation of integrated water resource management, and protection of water-related ecosystem. And second, I use international organization theory from ICCGI 2001, explain that IO theory through 3 main perspectives. First, an instrument of foreign policy for IO member states, and second, as an arena of or forum for interaction and negotiation between countries, and the third, as an independent actor in global politics. From the theory, I have one main question. My research question is, how is the Indonesia Asian synergy developing in the World Water Forum in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 6? Next. So we go to the analysis. Okay, the first is collaborative effort to achieve SDG 6 in Southeast Asia, South Asia. And then water security situation in Asia in achieving SDG 6 is related to clean water and sanitation, like I mentioned before. The SDG 6 covers sustainable management of water resource, wastewater, and ecosystem, as well as improving water use efficiency, access to clean water and sanitation, and raising awareness about hygiene. One of the most important non-traditional security challenges facing Southeast Asia is water security. And the region has one of the fastest growing economy in the world, with an average annual increase of over 5%. This has led to the expansion of city, the creation of market, and economic integration initiatives that have enabled more Southeast Asia to access ability to advance in life. And ASEAN countries report on their environmental policy of the 4 Sustainable Development Goals in their voluntary national review, and a data set of the environmental policy is being developed. This is a necessary first step in the reason for the lack of progress on the environmental dimension of the SDGs, as policy are the primary means of implementation. And then the second, Indonesia ASEAN strategy in achieving the 6 SDGs. First, ASEAN collaboration efforts that have been implemented, like ASEAN Working Group on Water Resource Management. The member countries collaborate on water resource management and
Okay, Randy, please go to your conclusion because you have 30 seconds left.
Then, for management cooperation region and the last challenge in cooperation between Indonesia ASEAN and the World Water Council. So the conclusion, the 10th World Water Forum to be held in Bali 2024 will be an important moment for Indonesia and ASEAN in their effort to address challenges related to water resource management. In the context of ASEAN, water resource management faces a range of complex challenges. Through the ASEAN Working Group on Water Resource Management, member countries have sought to develop various initiatives such as the ASEAN Strategic Plan on Water Resource Management and the ASEAN Guidelines on Water Conservation. Indonesia's success in hosting the 10th WRF is expected to be a catalyst for sustaining ASEAN synergy in achieving SDG 6 target while also having a positive impact. So that's my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Randy, for your presentations. So next we have Victoria Justens.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You may share your screen.
Wait.
Victoria, do you need more time?
Wait. I want to share my. Wait.
Okay. Victoria, if you need more time, we can skip your part to Zahwa Alifa first. Do we have Zahwa Alifa here? Okay, you may present your paper first, and then after you, Victoria will go. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Presentation start from now.
My name is Dawa Rifa Rashman. This will be the presentation dependency theory, economic dependence of Indonesia on Chinese investment. Next slide. In background, in the last 20 years, Chinese investment in Indonesia has increased rapidly, especially in strategic sectors such as infrastructure and energy. This investment has indeed provided many benefits, such as encouraging development, creating jobs, and strengthening economic relations between countries. However, behind this, there are concerns that Indonesia will become too structurally dependent on China's capital and technology in the long term. Stock dependency theory, this concept can be seen as an unbalanced one, in which developing countries such as Indonesia remain dependent on one more economically advanced country. This dependence has the potential to weaken Indonesia's bargaining position at the international level and reduce national economic sovereignty because control over technology management and most of the profits from large projects are largely controlled by foreign parties. Next slide, please. There is dependency theory. There is the relationship between developed and developing countries has never truly been balanced. Since the colonial era, the global economic system has been structured in a way that allow wealthy nations to stay on top. While developing countries remain dependent, developed countries possess large amounts of capital. Advanced advanced technology and control over global trade, whereas developing countries mainly serve as suppliers of raw materials and market for the product of rich nations. This dependence has evolved over time from direct colonial domination in the past to modern form of dependence through foreign investment, external debt, and technology reliance. As a result, developing countries find it very difficult to achieve economic independence because the global system is designed to ensure the most of the benefits continue to flow toward the developed world. Next slide, please. Discussion. There is discussion or analysis since the loss of the Belt and Road Initiative, Chinese investments in Indonesia has increased rapidly, especially in the infrastructure and energy sector. One example is the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed rail project, which is often considered a symbol of Indonesia-Chinese economic cooperation. This project is a clear example of dependence theory because all of the financial technology and expertise comes from China. Indonesia that benefits from modern infrastructure development and job creation, but technology transfer and local management capabilities remain very limited. As a result, Indonesia has not been able to master advanced transportation technology independently. The situation illustrates a form of economic dependency, where developments such as dependence on foreign capital and expertise. Furthermore, China's dominance in this project also weakened Indonesia's bargaining position in the determining policy direction. As important discussion tend to follow the interest of its investor. Next slide. Okay, last there is a question is the, the growing economic relationship between Indonesia and China, particularly through large investments such the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed rail, reflect the key ideas of dependency theory, while the project brings visible benefits such as infrastructure improvement, employment opportunities, and strong bilateral ties. They also reveal a structural imbalance in economic power. Indonesia's heavy reliance on Chinese capital, technology, and expertise demonstrates how developing countries often remain dependent on more advanced economic within the global system. Economic sovereignty, its control over key sector and technology at Bank remains concentrated in foreign hands. Ultimately, the case likely that without effort to build domestic capacity at reduced external reliance, development in countries like Indonesia will continue to be shaped by the interest and dominance of stronger global powers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zahwa. Okay, next, Siti Fasha. Okay, Siti, you may please share your screen. Okay, Siri, you have 5 minutes of presentation. Start from now.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Siti Fadila, and today I'm going to present about power theory, the United States, and the spread of global culture, soft power, and practice. Background: in the era of globalization, a nation's of power is determined not only by its military or economic capabilities, but also by its ability to influence other nations through its culture and values. A phenomenon known as soft power, the United States is a prime example of the application of soft power through the global spread of culture such as Hollywood films, music, fast food, and technology. American cultural influence has shaped the perspective, lifestyle, and values of people in various countries. This dominance has also raised concerns about the loss of local cultural diversity. Therefore, it It is important to examine how the United States used soft power to strengthen its position in the world and the global impact of this cultural spread. Power theory by Stephen Lux. Power theory in international relations explains how a country influences other countries to achieve its interests. Power is divided into two main forms: hard power, military and economic strength, and soft power, cultural appeal, values, and ideology. This theory is suitable for analyzing the case study of the United States and the spread of global culture because it focuses on how America utilized soft power to maintain its global influence without resorting to military force through popular culture, media, and lifestyle. America successfully shaped positive perceptions and attracts other countries to its values such as freedom and democracy. Discussion or analysis: the United States has successfully utilized soft power to expand its influence worldwide. Through Hollywood films, music, fast food, and technology, America has spread values such as freedom, democracy, and individualism to various countries. According to power theory, specifically the concept of soft power, this influence arises not from coercion, but from the cultural appeal that makes other countries admire and imitate the American lifestyle. For example, the use of English, fashion trends, and even the consumption of American products have become commonplace in many countries. However, this success has also had negative impacts, such as the weakening of local cultures due to American cultural dominance. Through power theory, we can understand that America's global power stems not only from its military but also from its strong and compelling cultural influence. And the last conclusion: the case study of the United States and the spread of global culture demonstrates that a nation's power stems not only from its military or economic strength, but also from its cultural appeal or soft power. Through media, entertainment, and lifestyle, America has successfully influenced the ways people in various countries think and act without resorting to violence. Power theory explains that this influence arises from America's ability to create a positive and attractive image for other countries. On the other hand, this cultural dominance also poses challenge to local cultural diversity. Soft power is a crucial tool for the United States in maintaining its position and influence in the global world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Siti Fasha. And now we go back to Victoria Justins. Victoria, are you ready?
Wait.
Okay, Victoria, if you cannot present your presentation, you may just present with your camera on. No need to present the share screen.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Victoria Yostan, and I want to share with you an analysis of Greenpeace impact on global policy. Wait, yes. And now I will explain how these non-state actors successfully influence international norms using the lenses of liberalism and constructivism. Let's begin. Greenpeace is an international non-government organization that started in 1979 in
Vancouver, Canada. It focuses on environmental issues through peaceful campaign action that are often direct and dramatic, which is done specifically to get the public attention about global environmental problems. Greenpeace's main goal is to protect and save the environment by stopping climate change, preventing damage to nature and biodiversity, keeping the ocean healthy, reducing the use of chemical substances, encouraging the use of clean and renewable energy, and standing against nuclear practice and pollution. To stay independent, Greenpeace refused to take money from government, companies, or political parties. It only accepts donations from private citizens and groups that share its vision. And for the theory, I choose two theories. For the first, I choose the constructivism theory. Theory of constructivism, shared norms, identities, and values can shape the behavior of international actors. Greenpeace, as a non-state actor, creates a global narrative and public opinion through symbolic campaigns, such as those opposing nuclear testing in the Pacific. By bringing up issue of the environment, health, and humanity, Greenpeace not only challenges the action of state but also help to form new global norms that reject nuclear weapons and demand ecological security. Their action demonstrates how global identities and value, even those promoted by a non-government organization, can significantly influence international policy. And for the second theory, I choose the theory of liberalism, the importance of international cooperation, institution, and the role of non-state actors in creating global peace and stability. In the context of Greenpeace and its anti-nuclear campaign in the Pacific, liberalism explains how international organizations and groups like Greenpeace can actively work to promote cross-country cooperation to end nuclear weapons testing. Greenpeace encourages transparency, build global network of solidarity, and pressure government through peaceful means and public advocacy. This reflects the liberal principle that peace can be achieved through shared norms, diplomacy, and collective action by the international community. And now I will explain about theory analysis. I will explain 3 points. For number one is identity and value of Greenpeace, and number two, role and influence of narrative, and number three, policy change. And the second is liberalism. I will also explain 3 points of this theory. Number one is role of non-state actors, and number two is international cooperation, and number three, peaceful advocacy and diplomacy. And the last is the conclusion. Greenpeace, as non-state actor, has successfully played a significant role in influencing global discourse and policy concerning nuclear and environmental issues, especially in the Pacific region. Despite facing many challenges, Greenpeace has remained consistent through its strategy of peaceful direct action and strong communication. Its success is evident not only the cessation of nuclear testing, but also in its ability to build global awareness, create international pressures, and inspire anti-nuclear movement in various countries as a form of resistance against environmental injustice and threats to humanity. So that's all for my presentation this afternoon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Victoria, for your presentation. So now, everyone here in the first breakout room, you may go back to the main Zoom because in shortly we will start our second session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all presenters for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the break session. Please take this time to rest, enjoy your lunch, and refresh yourself. We kindly remind all participants to return to UNAS Auditorium at 1 p.m. and we will continue with the next session of our conference. Thank you and please enjoy your break.
You're insecure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk through the door. Don't need makeup to cover up. Being the way that you are is enough. Everyone else in the room can see it. Everyone else but you. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you
Cek 1 2 3 cek 1 2 3 cek. Cek ya. Baik, pada seluruh mahasiswa yang sudah hadir, silakan yang baru dapat makan, silakan boleh dimakan dulu. Nanti kalau sudah selesai tempat makannya, silakan bisa dibuang di tempat sampah yang telah disediakan supaya nanti rapih dan mejanya bisa clean ya. Kemudian nanti di jam 13.30 acara akan kita mulai, jadi dipastikan teman-teman semua sudah selesai makannya. Seperti itu ya. Silakan yang masih makan siang boleh dinikmati terlebih dahulu. Kita akan kembali mulai acara di jam 13.30. Terima kasih. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to kindly invite all participants to enter the auditorium and be seated. We truly appreciate your presence this afternoon, and we are excited to start today's international conference on global issues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second International Conference on Global Issues with the theme Future of World Making Peace Against All Odds. Held in celebration of the 76th Disnatalis of Universitas Nasional Jakarta. We would like to extend the warmest welcome to our special guest today, His Excellency Dato' Syed Muhammad Hasrin Tengku Husin, the ambassadors of Malaysia in Indonesia. Welcome to UNAS. His Excellency Mr. Talib Kucukcan, the ambassadors of Republic of Turkey in Indonesia. Warming welcome. The Honorable Sheikh Dr. Salim Alwan Al-Husseini from the Supreme Islamic Council of Australia, the Honorable Mr. Chapi Hakim, founder and chairman Indonesia Center for Air Power Studies, the Honorable Conferences Chair, Mr. Robi Nur Hadi PhD, lecturers, scholars, practitioners, students, we wish you have a great pleasure time with us. My name is Nisrina, and I feel so honored and delighted to be here in front of wonderful faces today to be your master of ceremony for the rest of this event. The second International Conference on Global Issues aims to serve as a global platform for dialogue, collaboration, and action-oriented solution with the theme Future of World Making Peace Against All Odds. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to one of the most anticipated parts of today's conference, the keynote session. In this session, we will have the honor to hear valuable insights and perspective from our keynote speakers. And now we would like to invite to the stage His Excellency Dato' Syed Muhammad Hasrin Tengku Husin, the ambassadors of Malaysia in Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Dr. Talib Kucukcan, Ambassador of Turkey to Indonesia, Sheikh Dr. Salim Alwan Al-Husseini, the Supreme Islamic Council of Australia, Retired Air Chief Marshal Bapak Chapi Hakim, the 14th Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Air Force, Dr. L. Amri Bermawi Putra, Rector UNAS, Dr. Robi Nurhadi, Lecturer of International Relations and Conference Chair, distinguished guests, ladies, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by thanking University Nasional Indonesia for the invitation to address this distinguished gathering. It is both an honor and privilege to be here today surrounded by distinguished individuals at this important conference under the theme Future of the World, Making Peace Against All Odds. Distinguished guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on 25th September 2025, the United Nations Secretary General, in commemorating the International Day of Peace, said, and I quote, "Our warring world is crying for peace," end quote. Around the world, lives are being ripped apart, women and children included. Basic human dignity is discredited, international law is flouted, livelihood are made more destitute. The world is facing existential threats from climate change to possible use of weapons of mass destruction, including the nuclear weapons. Yet, amidst these challenges, there remains a shared conviction that peace is still possible if we have the courage to pursue it. For Malaysia, peace is not a distant aspiration. It is the very foundation of our national identity and foreign policy. Our diplomatic philosophy has always been grounded in mutual respect, understanding, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. As a proud member of ASEAN, Malaysia upholds the principle of prosper thy neighbor. We believe that regional stability and prosperity are inseparable from global peace through cooperation and adherence to international law. We believe in peace not through unfair competition or containment, but through trust building and open dialogue. Beyond our region, Malaysia continues to play a constructive role in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, contributing personnel and expertise to missions in Africa and the Middle East. Malaysia is also the facilitator to peace dialogue in southern Thailand and the Philippines. And as ASEAN Chair in 2025, we led the peaceful dialogue between Cambodia and Thailand, as well as in Myanmar. However, no discussion on global peace would be complete without addressing the plight of the Palestinian people. For 8 decades, Palestine has stood as a powerful reminder that peace cannot exist without justice, and justice cannot thrive without humanity. Malaysia's position has always been clear and unwavering. We stand in full solidarity with the Palestinian people in their legitimate struggle for freedom, dignity, and statehood. The world cannot claim to be at peace while millions live under occupation, displacement, and despair. Peace requires empathy, accountability, and the moral courage to uphold what is right, even when it is difficult. Therefore, it reminds us that peace is not passive, but an active moral pursuit of justice for all peoples, regardless of race, faith, or geography. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in an era of rising nationalism and protectionism, it is crucial that we return to the founding spirit of the United Nations and the principles of the United Nations Charter. Multilateralism remains the best hope for addressing today's global challenges. Multilateralism is not merely as a negotiating platform among states, but it is a network of collaboration among governments, scholars, civil society, women and youth for the maintenance of international peace and security and sustainable development. ICCGI 2025 invite us to explore new and innovative pathways to conflict prevention and reconciliation. 1. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and big data can enhance early warning systems and help identify social tensions before they escalate into violence. However, it also requires rigorous safeguards so as not to undermine international law, including international humanitarian law. Equally important are non-technological innovations, those of culture, communication, and compassion. Cultural diplomacy, people-to-people exchanges, and dialogue among faiths can do what politics often cannot: building trust and propagate the culture of peace. In Malaysia, we place great faith in education and the media as vital instruments for nurturing peace. Through initiatives such as cross-cultural learning, interfaith understanding, as well as women and youth leadership, we aim to shape a generation that values diversity as strength and not division. We also recognize that peace is inseparable from economic and environmental well-being. Thus, the pursuit of sustainable development goals must therefore be viewed not merely as a development agenda, but as a peace agenda anchored in justice, inclusivity, and ecological balance. Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most inspiring features of this conference is its focus on empowering young voices. Today's youth are not only the inheritors of peace, they are its designers and defenders. Their ideas, creativity, and digital connectivity make them uniquely positioned to bridge divides and drive changes. Malaysia has introduced various youth diplomacy and leadership initiatives, encouraging students and young professionals to participate in peace dialogues, cultural exchanges, and humanitarian projects across ASEAN and beyond. Recently, we hosted the ASEAN Youth Leadership Conference 2025 and the ASEAN Youth Conference 2025. We believe in the power of grassroots movements where ordinary people do extraordinary things for peace, community harmony, and social justice. Whether through volunteerism, intercultural projects, or local environmental initiatives, peace begins with the individual who chooses dialogue over division, and understanding over faith. Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, Making Peace Against All Odds, captures the very essence of our times. Indeed, peace today feels like an uphill battle, but history reminds us that peace has always been won against all odds. From post-war reconciliation in Europe to the founding of ASEAN, humanity has shown that dialogue is stronger than division and cooperation more enduring than conflict. Let us therefore renew our belief that peace is not a distant dream, but a daily act of courage and compassion. It is a process that requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to listen and to understand before being understood. Let us reconfirm our shared pledge to bridge divides, to uphold the dignity of every human being, and to work together across nations, cultures, and generations. May our discussions here at ICCGI 2025 ignite ideas, inspire partnerships, and influence policies that transform our shared ideals towards a peaceful world. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Dato' Syed Muhammad Hasrin Tengku Hussein, the ambassadors of Malaysia in Indonesia, for the wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite to the stage the ambassadors of Republic of Turkey in Indonesia to deliver the keynote address. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Talib Kucukjan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellency, dear my brother, Ambassador of Malaysia, Sayyid Muhammad, rectors, vice rectors, deans, excellencies, students, it's my pleasure to be here at the UNAS today. Actually, after hearing what our ambassador said, there isn't much left for me to say because his speech was very insightful. It was very interesting, but I will try to explain Turkey's perspective on peace and security. First of all, let me thank the organizers of the conference for inviting me here. This is my third time at UNAS, and I am proud of to be here. Twice I also participated in the graduation ceremony. That means the fifth time I am now participating in an event organized by UNAS. Now I am becoming one of UNAS members, I think, yeah? And also I would like to thank the organizing committee of choosing such an important topic for discussion and debate. Now we are talking about the future. What kind of future we will have? As the young, I think, people of Indonesia and beyond, the young people have the basic responsibility to shape the future. But in order to look at the future and maybe shape the future dynamics, we need to understand what's going on in the world today in terms of peace, security, conflicts, etc. This is a very timely topic, an issue. Why? Because at the moment, when we look at the world flashpoints, you will see that in 110 points, there are some conflicts, tensions, wars going on, either interstate or intrastate or between different regions and different actors. So what does that mean? At the moment, 110 conflicts are taking place, which is not very peaceful. Second, every 8 person is influenced by a conflict. We are exposed to conflict. Can you imagine every 1 in 8 person in the world is exposed to a conflict of some kind? So this is a tragedy. And I think when we look at the implications of such conflicts, such wars, such tensions, there are many implications for the economy, for social well-being, for, I think, for the future of the world. In order to understand the future, if we can go to the first slide, can we go a little one back, please? Yes. I think this is the one. Yes. First, we need to look at the international system of today. Still, when we look at the international system, we see the hegemonic powers and global competitions. These are some of the reasons why we are having many conflicts today. Second, there isn't much of a discussion, but I think we need to focus on this, colonialism and post-colonial legacy. Many people argue that colonialism is past. Yeah, of course, I mean, colonialism is not here today, but there are different forms of colonialism that exist. So we need to be aware of the legacy that they left. When we look at the wars and conflicts of the regions, many of those regions are post-colonial regions. They became independent in the 1950s and 60s, but the political system, which was established there by the colonial powers, remained there. And this is one of the reasons why we are having so many conflicts. Of course, when we look at the dynamics of regional and global tensions, again, we see that the world we are living in actually is not in a very good shape. And if we do not take action, I am fearful that we are not going to live in a better world. Of course, in order to address this very important and global problem, we need to look at the root causes. Some of them were well explained by the previous speaker. He mentioned some of the root causes of the conflicts that we are seeing today. Lack of justice, inequality, absence of equal access to resources, wealth and security, increasing gap between North and the South, between the poor and the rich, poverty, loss of hope for the future. I think this is a very important case as well. Many people are losing their hope for the future. And if they lose their hope for the future, they will not really work hard in order to establish peace, because they feel themselves that whatever they will do, nothing will change. That's why we need to be well aware of this reality, and we need to inculcate hope, especially in the young people. If we can go to the second slide, if we can move a little bit further, please. There, I would like to explain the role of Turkey in some of the conflict zones where my country has taken a very positive step, and also a role of mediation. When we look at, for example, in the 2010, Turkey mediated between Brazil and Iran on the nuclear issue, Russia and Georgia, Pakistan and Afghanistan. It's a long list, but just to give you a sense that a country can do in terms of peacemaking, conflict resolution, etc. And now, of course, when we look at the latest cases, I think 2 important cases there. One is Russia-Ukraine war. The other one is the Palestine issue, as explained by my very good friend and brother from Malaysia. Now, Turkey is investing a lot of time and energy in peacemaking, in conflict resolution into these areas. As far as Ukraine and Russia war is concerned, it's been there for a long time now. And many of the countries in the world are divided into 2. Either they support Russia or Ukraine. Actually, Turkey is in between. We can speak to both parties at the moment, and we have hosted their foreign ministers and also delegations in Antalya and in Istanbul for the first time since the beginning of the conflict, to find some sort of ways, a diplomatic resolution to the conflict. And also Turkey also mediated a very important grain deal, because whatever they produce in Ukraine, they were not able to sell it outside to the world, and that was one of the reasons of food security concern in the world. So Turkey managed to bring these two sides together for the humanity. And of course, now there is a ceasefire in Gaza. Since the beginning of the conflict, Turkey acted very actively with Malaysia, with other Muslim countries, and also including Indonesia. Indonesia had also very strong views on that. So we have cooperated and collaborated. Now it is time to reconstruct Gaza. And our humanitarian aid is there, and our teams are working very hard with the regional countries. With Syria again, I think Turkey's position is very clear. Since the start of the war in Syria in 2010, Turkey received almost 4 million Syrian refugees running away from the war. And we spent almost $50 billion in order to look after Syrian immigrants. Now there is a relative security and stability in Syria. They have started going back to their own country. But I think peace comes with a price. It is not something that you can get free. So you have to spend a lot of time. If we go to the third slide, can you please move one slide further? The next slide, please. Okay. So what Turkey has done in order to increase its efforts and institutionalize the peace efforts. First, in 2010, Turkey took an initiative to create a mediation for peace at the UN, still in function. And also, we have introduced Istanbul Mediation Conference. Every 2 years, that conference is taking place, bringing many actors together, politicians, intellectuals, journalists, diplomats. They can discuss all aspects of peace building and conflict resolution in the world today. We see that this is a very useful forum for bringing people together. Actually, one of the initiatives that we have undertaken at the UN was to establish United Nations Alliance of Civilizations. Now, many countries, many friendly countries are part of that initiative. It was established by the initiative of Turkey and Spain together. At a time when many people were talking about clash of civilizations, I just would like to remind you a famous author, Samuel Huntington, who coined that term, clash of civilizations. And he argued that after the Cold War, the ideology will be somewhere out of the conflict zones, but identity, culture, and religion and civilizations will take place. So new fault lines will be, he argued, on the civilizational line. And he argued that Islamic civilization, Chinese civilization, Buddhist civilization, and Indian civilization will be against the Western and European civilization. This will be the main cause of conflict. But I think when we look at the world today, we don't see maybe civilizational conflicts, simply because we believe that the humanity has the same fate. I mean, we share what we have today, and we will share what we will have tomorrow. And the Alliance of Civilization in the United Nations set up a high commission, and that high commission, actually a high-level group, identified 5 main areas of concentration. Now many initiatives are taking place: education, youth, migration, media, and women as peace mediators. Today, more than 200 million people live outside of their country of birth. You can see the displacement, you can see the migration. We are talking about 200 million people. In an increasing number, they had to leave outside of their country. So that will cause a lot of problems, as we see today, especially in the European land, in the Western countries: Islamophobia, xenophobia, discrimination, and hatred against Muslims as part of immigration issues. And of course, this is not a very good picture, as I said. When we look at the world today, there are many flashpoints, conflict areas, and maybe some risk areas as well. But we should be well aware of this. I think we can overcome this issue if we can come together and if we can bring our forces together. During the COVID, we have seen that international and global collaboration is a must in order to address global issues. And I think the wars, the conflicts, they can start maybe regionally, but when you look at the implications, like the Gaza war, like the Ukraine war, and some of the wars in, I think, Africa, they have got global complications and implications. That's why we need to have a new approach to address this issue. If we can move to the next slide, I can explain to you what we need. Well, next slide, please. In the PowerPoint, can you please move to the next slide? Yes. What do we need? First, I think we need humanitarian approach, more diplomatic engagement, and more importantly, reforming the current international system, which is one of the reasons of global inequality, global problems, and global lack of representation equally. And as far as humanitarian approach is concerned, Turkey had an active role in finding solutions to the humanitarian crisis all over the world. There are some international reports. In the next slide, you will see this. Turkey is one of the countries with the highest amount of foreign aid distribution. Turkey's economy is not as good as maybe G7. Turkey's economy is number 17 in the world. We have the 17th biggest economy, but when we look at the humanitarian aid that we provide, we are second after US. Turkey spends almost $7 billion per year in order to address some of the global challenges. Can we please move to the next slide so that we can see maybe in numbers, everybody can see. Yeah, as you can see, this is a comparison of various countries. US spends more than another country, but if you look on the right-hand side of this slide, you will see that Turkey is second, spending $7.2 billion per year. And regardless of any race, religion, ethnicity, we are not only spending in a particular region and area, but we are spending globally just to help the needy people. I think this humanitarian approach is extremely important. Please move to the second slide right after that. So we will see again maybe a comparison between other countries and Turkey as far as spending is concerned. Next slide, please. If I can control this machine, it will be much easier, but I don't have anything to control. Who is controlling this slide? PowerPoint. Next one, please, because this is a little bit, you cannot read it. Let's move to the next one. Next agenda is the international, reforming the international system. One of the pioneering leader in the world which calls for the reform of the international system is our president. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has repeatedly at the UN and elsewhere actually asked for reforming the international system. What do we mean by international system? The current international system was established after the Cold War, after the Second World War, after 1945. But since then, many things have changed in the world. We have got new nation states, we have a new reality in the world, we have got a different economic system and the political reality. Everything has changed, but the international system remains the same. The hegemonic powers are controlling the international system. That's why President Erdogan has been calling for reform. If you can read the cover of the book, of course, the first, it says, a fairer world is possible. Today, the world is not fair. There is no justice. There is no equality in the world. So we need to, I think, address that issue. Unless we tackle with the root causes of the conflicts today, we will not be able to come up with some strong, I think, solutions. If you can read the back page, maybe next slide will be better to read the next page. It is very clear, the idea. The current UN system does not deliver equality and justice because the UN has a Security Council, and that Security Council has 5 members, and these are the fixed members. When you look at the representation in the UN system, when you look at Asia, for example, whether Asia like ASEAN, 700 million population, Indonesia, 300 million population, how much is this world is represented in the Security Council? Look at Africa. Is Africa represented in the Security Council? Of course not. I think this call, that's why it's important. Many leaders today are looking at this issue more critically. We need to liberate the UN. I think there was also some references in the previous speech that UN Charter should be reconsidered. Of course, everything should be within the umbrella of UN. This is the only international organization that we subscribe to and we have trust. But when you look at how UN is dealing with, especially Security Council, on the Gaza issue, for example, one Security Council member always said, we are going to veto if there's anything against Israel, while people were being bombed in Gaza. Almost 60,000 people died, but UN Security Council were not able to come with a decision. What does that mean? So this council is not any longer representative of the world. Please, can we move to the next slide to see the further discussions and debates which was brought to the attention of the world. Again, as you can see, a vision for global peace where the President Erdogan outlines Turkey's vision, of course, taking into account all the variables and the reasons that I have explained to you. And the next photograph is taken from UN, where he persistently actually calls for reform at the UN annual meetings as well. And also we can move to the next one, please. Okay, this is the back cover of the book that I have mentioned, A Fairer World is Possible. And if you can see the blue bit, I think that summarizes the whole idea. The world is bigger than 5. That means we need to reform UN Security Council, and we need to have more representative, as my colleague said, more inclusive system, so that we can bring many countries, many actors, especially those who are not represented equally there. That's why this is an important, I think, issue. My last proposal, as far as what we need to do, is to increase our diplomatic engagement. We are living in a world where more than 200, I think, members are there in the UN almost. There are many nation states, and those nation states do have different ideologies, different interests. Diplomacy is the only way to bridge the gap. In order to provide diplomatic initiatives in conflict regions and also provide more and more constructive discussions and debates, Turkey has actually taken a very important step, opening representations in many parts of the world. Please, can we go to the next slide where we can see Turkey's diplomatic initiatives and where we are at today. Today, according to the Lowry report, which is a think tank based in Australia, Turkey ranks 3rd as far as the number of diplomatic representations in the world is concerned. Can we please move to the next slide? PowerPoint, can you please move to the next slide so that we can see some of the countries about the representation as well. Now, this is a very important report published by the Global Diplomacy Index. As I said, a think tank based in Australia. They look at more than 60 countries and how several countries can have diplomatic influence and diplomatic initiatives all around the world. As you can see, number 1 is China, 2nd is US, and Turkey now is in number 3. That means Turkey's diplomatic representations are more than many other countries today. There is a purpose behind it, as I said. We have a vision for peace in the world, and we would like to share it with the world outside through our representations. And of course, wherever there is a Turkish representation, Turkish diplomatic representation, we have some initiatives and some projects for peace building. First, we open schools, we bring our development agency to help people, and also we have cultural institutes where we try to bridge cultural gap between the countries. I think, as I can say, there are many things that we can do together, but I think as the young people of the country, you have the, I think, say, you have the responsibility to shape future. Maybe next time we will be able to listen your views about the future of the world, future of Indonesia, where we need more and more peaceful initiatives. As I said, today in 110 countries and 10 regions and 10 places, there is a flashpoints, and every one person in 8, they are influenced by the war zones. And compared to last year, the conflicts actually increased 25%, which is quite an alarming. That means we have more and more responsibility as diplomats, as academics, as intellectuals, as journalists, as businessmen, and as students to work more for a peaceful future. In conclusion, I would like to thank all of you for your patience and also again for the invitation that you have extended to our embassy. We will be very pleased to work with UNAS in the future. Again, thank you very much. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the ambassadors of Republic of Turkey in Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Talib Küçükcan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to a very special moment in our conference, the presentation of a token of appreciation to our keynote speakers. This token represents our deepest gratitude for the valuable time, inspiring insights, and knowledge that our keynote speakers shared with us today. To present a token of appreciation, we would like to invite the conference's chairman, Bapak Robi Nur Hadi, PhD, to come forward. And now we would like to invite His Excellency Dato Syed Muhammad Hasrin Tengku Husin, the ambassadors of Malaysia in Indonesia. And also we would like to invite to come forward His Excellency Mr. Talib Küçükcan, the ambassadors of Republic of Turkey in Indonesia. Please stay on the front. Thank you very much, our keynote speakers, for your enlightening presentation and meaningful contribution to today's event. We truly appreciate your presence and the inspiration you have given to all of us. Thank you, and continue a group photo session to capture this memorable moment of the ICCGI conference. And after this, we kindly invite our speakers, lecturers, scholars, practitioners to come forward for joining a group photo session. Please come forward for joining a group photo session. Our moderator, Mr. Chapi Hakim, and also our special guests, our lecturers, scholars, and also practitioners for joining a group photo session. All right, and now we would like to invite all participants to join us for the next group photo session. Kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama-sama dengan seluruh peserta. Silakan semuanya bisa berdiri di tempat. So please turn around and face the camera. All right. And our photographer will take the photo from the stage. All right, so kindly move a little closer together so everyone fits nicely in the frame. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Right, everyone, please see the cameras in front of you. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, another pose. International pose. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, everyone. Please give a big round of applause to all of us here. Thank you. And you may now return to your seats as we prepare for the next session of our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the next agenda, the discussion session. And to lead this session, we would like to invite our moderator, Ibu Atina Iza Maktub Eshub in MSc, to take over and guide us through the discussion. Please welcome Ibu Atina with a round of applause.
Cek komentar maksudnya.
Tes, oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, respected professors, colleagues, and participants. Welcome to the second International Conference on Global Issues, ICCGI, organized by Universitas Nasional, and this year's conference carries the theme Bridging Divides, Building Peace, Future of the World. This theme reflects our shared hope to strengthen global understanding and cooperations in an era when peace building and dialogue are more important than ever. My name is Atina Iza, and I am a lecturer in the International Relations Department of Universitas Nasional, and it is my great honor to serve as your moderator for this special event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, there were supposed to be 2 speakers in this session today. However, unfortunately, one of our speakers, Sheikh Salim from Australia, could not join us today due to health reasons. We wish him a swift and full recovery. We truly appreciate your understanding, and we will continue with our sessions as planned. Nevertheless, we are honored to have Mr. Chapi Hakim with us today. He was a former Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Air Force, a respected defense analyst, and a senior figure in Indonesia's security and policy community who will share valuable insights with us today on the role of military leadership in fostering peace. Please welcome us Mr. Chapi Hakim. Please, sir, join us today.
Excellency Talib Kucukan, Ambassador of Turkey, Sheikh Dr. Salur Al-Hussein, the Supreme Islamic Council of Australia, and Dr. Robi Nur Hadi, Conference Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dan seluruh sivitas akademika Universitas Nasional. Professor Kishore Mahbubani, former United Nations Security Council. He said, in US, every presentation starts with a joke. So I will start with a joke as well. Ladies and gentlemen, once upon a time there was a man named Unbelievable. Mr. Unbelievable married with very beautiful young lady, and they become the very happy couple. One day, Mr. Unbelievable gets sick, and he called his wife, "Darling, please promise me, if I die, don't put my name in my graveyard." Enough is enough. I got that very idiotic name since I was born until I die. So after I die, I don't like anybody know me with that very idiotic name. His wife agreed. Unbelievable die, and his wife put the word in the graveyard like this: "Rest in peace, the faithful husband who never betrayed his wife." And what happened afterward, everybody who passing by the graveyard and look at the word "rest in peace, faithful husband who never betrayed his wife," all of them get the same response. All of them said, "Wow, unbelievable." Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, before we speak about peace and diplomacy, allow me to begin with a reflection on technology, the very force that has transformed our world beyond recognition. In the past few decades, the pace of technological advancement has been nothing short of revolutionary. Artificial intelligence, hypersonic weapons, unmanned systems, and space-based surveillance have fundamentally reshaped how nations perceive power and security. Among all domains of modern warfare, land, sea, air, space, and cyber, it is an air power that has emerged as the most decisive instrument of national strength. Air power provides not only speed, reach, and precision, but also the ability to project influence without borders. Recognizing this growing dominance of air and space in the strategic environment, in 2019, I, with my friend, founded the Indonesia Center for Air Power Studies, a platform where practitioners, scholars, and policymakers in the airspace community could come together. The vision was simple yet profound: to build a think tank dedicated to advancing the understanding of air and space power, not merely as tools of defense, but as instruments of diplomacy, technological progress, and national identity. Through this forum, we aim to bridge the gap between operational experience and academic thought, between the cockpit and the classroom, so that Indonesia's approach to national security evolve in step with the challenges of the modern world. And it is this perspective at the intersection of defense, technology, and diplomacy that I wish to share today's reflection: the role of military leadership in fostering peace. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, it is a privilege to stand before you today to share thoughts on a theme that lies at the very heart of humanity's future, from defense to diplomacy, the role of military leadership in fostering peace. For centuries, the military has been viewed through the lens of power projection, of defending borders, deterring threats, and when necessary, fighting wars. Yet in the 21st century, as the lines between war and peace blur, the role of military leadership must evolve. The most enlightened generals of our time understand that the ultimate victory is not the defeat of an enemy, but the prevention of conflict itself. Traditionally, Defense means protecting sovereignty by force, by building armies, acquiring weapons, and maintaining readiness. But today, defense extends far beyond the battlefield. It is about safeguarding not just territory, but values, stability, and human dignity. Modern military leadership recognizes that security is no longer defined solely by firepower, but by resilience, the capacity of nations to adapt, cooperate, and maintain order amid uncertainty. Climate change, pandemic, cyber attack, and disinformation campaigns are all threats that cannot be confronted by missiles or fighter jets alone. Thus, the mindset of defense must shift from confrontation to cooperation, from deterrence to dialogue. The transformation doesn't weaken our armed forces, it elevates their mission. Ladies and gentlemen, true military leadership has always transcended tactics. It is about character, wisdom, and vision. The most powerful generals are not those who command the largest armies, but those who can command trust, both at home and abroad. And General Dwight Eisenhower, before becoming US President, said, "Peace and security can never be achieved by the sword alone. The real problem is not the weapons, but the heart of man." In that sense, leadership in uniform carries a moral dimension. It requires the ability to understand the psychology of both allies and adversaries, to manage fear without surrendering compassion, and to exercise restraint even when possessing overwhelming power. Military leaders today often serve as bridge builders, mediating between ministers, between soldiers and civilians, and increasingly between nations. Their conduct on the international stage through joint exercises, humanitarian mission, and peacekeeping send powerful messages about the kind of world they wish to build. We live in an era where the military uniform has become a tool not only of deterrence but of diplomacy. This is evident in international peacekeeping under the United Nations, in regional defense dialogue like ADMM+, and in humanitarian assistance during natural disasters. When a C-130 aircraft brings medical aid to a disaster zone, or when the naval vessel conducts joint search and rescue with a neighboring country, that is diplomacy in action. It is defense serving peace. Such gesture build trust, but most valuable currency in international religion. Military diplomacy is thus the art of communicating strength through cooperation, not coercion. But diplomacy through defense cannot succeed without a deep ethical foundation. Power must be guided by responsibility. Technology must be balanced with humanity. Military leaders must understand that every decision, whether to deploy, to strike, or to stand down, has political and moral consequences. In a world of nuclear deterrence and hypersonic weapon, restraint becomes the highest form of wisdom. Leadership, therefore, means being able to say no when the easier answer is yes. It means understanding that peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice. And justice can only emerge when those who hold the instrument of war are guided by conscience. To move from defense to diplomacy, we must also rethink how we educate our future leaders. Military academies and staff colleagues should not only teach strategy and tactics, but also ethics, history, psychology, and international relations. Officers must be trained not just to win wars, but to avoid them. We must also train our officers to become balanced individuals, developing both the analytical strength of the left brain and the creative empathy of the right. Only through such balance can they combine discipline with imagination, logic with intuition, and command with compassion. The education of an officer must go beyond producing skilled professionals. It must forge officers and gentlemen, men and women of honor who embody integrity, courage, humility, and a deep sense of responsibility. Strategic culture should emphasize dialogue as a strength, not a weakness. Indeed, the most advanced Air Force or Navy is meaningless without a culture of integrity, discipline, and understanding of the human condition. A strong defense establishment that understands diplomacy becomes a pillar of stability. A weak defense system, even if well armed, becomes a source of insecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, history teaches us that wars are often started by misunderstanding and ended by communication. The evolution from defense to diplomacy is not a choice between strength and peace. It is the recognition that true strength lies in the ability to create peace before the first shot is fired. Military leaders must become the new diplomat of the 21st century, guardians not only of borders, but of trust, dialogue, and hope. Their leadership, guided by wisdom and compassion, can transform the instrument of war into instrument of peace. As we face the turbulence of our age, from geopolitical rivalries to technological disruption, let us remember that the future of humanity depends not on who has the mightiest army, but on who has the greatest moral courage to lead toward peace. In the end, the finest generals will not be remembered for the wars they fought, but for the peace they made possible. Ladies and gentlemen, again, history reminds us that the war is often born not from hatred, but from the failure of understanding. True strength, therefore, is not measured by a number of victories on the battlefield, by the courage to prevent the next one. Moving from defense to diplomacy is not a retreat from power, it is the highest expression of it. It is the strength to control aggression with wisdom, to replace suspicion with dialogue, and to turn national pride into shared pursuit of stability. The military leaders of this century must embody this new vision of power, one that protects not only borders, but also the fragile trust among nations. Through integrity, empathy, and foresight, they must become architects to peace in a world where technology can destroy as quickly as it can connect. The true legacy of a soldier, after all, will not be written in the smoke of war, but in the quiet endurance of peace that follows. Yet, as we stand in this rapidly changing world, one filled with rising geopolitical tension, economic rivalries, and unpredictable consequences of technological escalation, it is time for all of us to open our eyes wider. Security can no longer be seen merely as the strength of our arsenal, but as the resilience of our humanity. Let us cultivate the sincerity to look deeper into what security truly means, not only for our nation, but for our shared future on this fragile planet. We must act now, guided by a genuine intention to preserve peace through understanding, because in an age when the potential for conflict grows every day, the real battle is no longer fought in the skies or at sea, but within the human conscience itself. Only when we defend peace with the same passion with which we once prepared for war, will humanity finally rise above the cycle of violence and step with dignity into an era enlightened security. If history has taught us anything, it is conflict rarely begins with enmity, but with the absence of understanding. The true essence of strength lies not in triumphing over enemies, but in possessing the wisdom and resolve to prevent war before it starts. Transition from defense to diplomacy is not to diminish power, it is to elevate it. It reflects the mastery of discipline over aggression, the courage to replace hostility with dialogue, and the maturity to transform nationalism into a shared commitment to peace and stability. Leaders in uniform today must embody a new philosophy of power, one that guards not just their nation border, but also the delicate harmony among peoples. Through honesty, empathy, and strategic foresight, they are called to serve not merely as warriors, but as peace builders in a world where innovation can either connect humanity or annihilate it. The enduring legacy of a soldier, therefore, will not be remembered in battle fought, but in the enduring peace sustained by their strength of character. As we navigate the era of global disorder marked by political fragmentation, economic uncertainty, and relentless pace of technological change, it is time for all sectors of society to come together. Civilian and the military, academics and practitioners, policymakers and engineers all share a common responsibility. We must combine the rigor of science, the disciplines of defense, and the moral compass of humanity to forge a new global understanding of security. One that prioritizes dialogue, inclusion, and collective well-being. Let us therefore commit sincerely and urgently to work side by side for a world that is not only stronger but wiser, not only safer but fairer. The challenges before us are immense, yet so are the possibilities. If we can unite courage with compassion, intellect with integrity, and power with purpose, then the vision of a better, safer, and more prosperous world will no longer be a distant dream, but a living reality within our reach. Let us remember this fundamental truth: the military has never been the creator of war. Throughout history, it is politics and politicians who have often set the stage for conflict, while soldiers bear the burden of its consequences. The military, by its very nature, strive for resolution. Its ultimate mission is not destruction, but the restoration of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, since I start the presentation with a joke, I will finish my presentation with a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, recently, all the air travelers quite familiar with the most popular airlines named Eva Air. But nobody knows that Eva Air has become the widow now. You know why? Because Adam Air has passed away several years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chape Hakim, for your insightful presentations, showing how leaderships and defense experience can evolve into tools for international cooperations and peace building. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just heard enriching perspectives in strategic leadership and diplomacy. We now have a few minutes for questions, Q&A from the audience. Please raise your hand and our team will assist you with the microphone. Please. Is there any questions from the audience to our speakers at the front? Okay. There is one question from the audience. Please, for the committee to deliver the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Muhammad Zulham, as a lecturer in International Relations, Universitas Nasional. Maybe I have one question to Pak Cepi. Okay, siap. According to the mission, Indonesia always be involved in peacekeeping mission in UN, but we have no information what have Indonesia do in peacekeeping mission, in this peacekeeping mission. Maybe we need more information, just like, yeah, not only to restore the conflict, to restore the peace, but we need more information how Indonesia did in the war, or especially maybe in Africa or maybe Middle East or another nation. Thank you.
So far, the peacekeeping mission under Indonesia government is organized by United Nations organization. So the location of the operationally of peacekeeping force from Indonesia is depends on the United Nations organization. There's no, until now, as far as I know, there's no peacekeeping mission that Indonesia by itself organize the operation. The whole of peacekeeping mission of Indonesia is under organizing committee or organizers under the United Nations organization.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chapi. I think it is very interesting to see another point of view from another country, maybe His Excellency from Ambassador Malaysia, you can come forward. Maybe our participants also want to ask from Malaysian point of view. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, now we have two speakers here. Is there any from participants that wants to ask questions to our beloved speakers at the front? Menemani. Enggak Bapak ya, Pak Dubes menemani. Silakan, apakah ada yang mau bertanya? Oke. Please, the committee, deliver the microphone to the participants that want to ask questions to our speakers.
Halo, Selamat siang, perkenalkan nama saya Fajar Septian Ardiansyah dari Hubungan Internasional Angkatan 2024. Jadi saya ingin bertanya, apa peran Malaysia dalam menjaga perdamaian dunia? Udah sih itu. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih soalannya. Saya kira tidak ada beza dengan Indonesia peranannya, karena kita dua-dua negara yang cintakan kedamaian. Ya, ada beberapa contoh saya sebut tadi waktu dalam ucapan, seperti Malaysia sekarang masih menjadi fasilitator kepada proses perdamaian di selatan Thailand dan juga pernah menjadi fasilitator di selatan Filipina, dan terbaru sebagai pengurus ketua ASEAN kita memainkan peranan untuk mendapatkan gencatan senjata, ya, ceasefire di antara Thailand dan Kamboja. Menurut Perdana Menteri Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, tidak senang ini kalau bahasa Malaysia. Ya, agak susah untuk mendamaikan dua pihak ini kerana mereka mempunyai pendirian yang agak keras, ya. Sekarang pun kalau membaca artikel-artikel di luar sana, Thailand sedang dalam bahasa Inggerisnya holding the implementation of the ceasefire. Jadi sekarang ini kita sedang berusaha lah untuk supaya ceasefire ini terus berlangsung. Tapi yang pertama saya kira kerana Indonesia pun pernah terlibat dalam proses perdamaian di selatan Filipina dahulu di antara Moro National Liberation Front dan pemerintah Filipina, ya. Kami fasilitator di antara pemerintah Filipina dan Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Balik kepada Kamboja dan Thailand tadi, yang penting saya kira dalam proses perdamaian ini harus ada kepercayaan dari kedua-dua pihak yang bertelagah. Ya, jadi Kamboja dan Thailand mempunyai kepercayaan kerana mungkin kami ketua ASEAN dan juga Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim juga agak rapat dengan pemerintah Perdana Menteri Kamboja dan juga Perdana Menteri Thailand, bekas mantan Perdana Menteri Thailand dan mantan Perdana Menteri Kamboja juga. Tapi kita juga perlukan dukungan dari negara-negara ASEAN lain dan Indonesia melalui Presiden Prabowo Subianto dan juga Menteri Luar Negeri Bapak Sugiono juga memainkan peranan masing-masing. Jadi kita harus bekerjasama dalam konteks untuk mencari perdamaian di Kamboja dan Thailand. Kalau UN peacekeeping, ya seperti Bapak Syafi bilang, kita harus mendapat mandat dahulu dari Security Council dan TOR-nya agak jelas sebagai peacekeepers. Ya, yang pertama paling mungkin mudah diketahui sekiranya ada berlaku tembak-menembak. Contohnya di antara tentera Israel sama anggota bersenjata di selatan Lebanon. Jadi peacekeepers akan ke sana untuk memeriksa dan juga meredakan keadaan. Itu contoh yang paling mudahlah saya boleh ini, tapi saya bukan orang militeri. Ya, ini yang saya baca aja, ya. Mungkin menjawab atau tidak saya pun tidak pasti, tapi ya perlu ada trust lah. Kalau di dunia sekarang krisis utamanya adalah trust crisis. Karena di antara Amerika Syarikat, negara-negara barat sama Rusia mempunyai trust crisis. Karena itu mungkin konfliknya masih berpanjangan dan yang diperlukan adalah seperti Bapak Syafiq bilang, dialog, conversation will take time, but it has to be done because if we stop talking, there will be more wars. Terima kasih.
Jadi saya tambahkan sedikit bahwa kalau kita berbicara tentang UN peacekeeping itu jelas di bawah PBB. Tetapi kalau kita berbicara tentang perdamaian regional dan neighboring country itu jelas memang inisiatif dari masing-masing negara, terutama ASEAN, seperti peran dari Malaysia yang diutarakan oleh Pak Duta Besar tadi, bahwa itu adalah tanggung jawab negara ASEAN, sesama negara ASEAN. Memang kita harus mempunyai platform mutual understanding, mutual trust, dan kerjasama yang baik agar keamanan dan kesejahteraan di wilayah ASEAN terutama sekali dapat terjaga dan lebih dari itu berkontribusi bagi perdamaian dunia. Saya kira itu sedikit yang ingin saya tambahkan. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, one more questions. Is there any? Okay, two. Is that okay for the committee? Two more questions, and then we'll move to the next sessions.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Charlene Chiquita Viola and I'm from International Relations 2024. So I'm gonna ask this question especially for Mr. Capi Hakim about Indonesian Air Force. So the question is, so Indonesia just bought a new Air 14M Atlas plane dan pesawat itu di Asia yang punya cuman Malaysia dan Indonesia, and that plane is for supply of peace and for humanity, including logistic. Is there by any chances that Indonesia will buy a new plane not for logistic but for to maintaining the security and sovereignty of Indonesia from danger? Thank you.
Maaf saya nggak begitu jelas ya pertanyaannya ya. Tapi Pak Dubes bilang tanya tentang A400 ya. Ya. Oke. Ya. Jadi pesawat adalah subsistem dari sistem yang besar ya. Sistem yang besar itu bisa sistem di Angkatan Udara, bisa sistem di National Air Defense, ya, National Air Defense System. Jadi dia subsistem. Nah, pengadaan pesawat A400 adalah dalam rangka melengkapi sistem yang besar itu. Dan kalau kita melihat Indonesia sebagai sebuah negara yang luas, negara yang berbentuk kepulauan, negara yang letaknya strategis, maka sistem perhubungan udara atau jejaring perhubungan udara itu mempunyai nilai yang strategis untuk bisa menjadi alat pemersatu pelayanan masyarakat dan juga dukungan administrasi logistik tata kelola pemerintahan. Jadi pengadaan A400 itu adalah satu sinyal yang bagus karena para elit politik kita sudah melihat bahwa kepentingan air and space, kepentingan kedirgantaraan itu memang harus sudah dimulai untuk ditingkatkan. Karena apa? Karena air and space is the future of human life. Negara yang tidak memberikan perhatian yang cukup kepada air and space, dia akan tertinggal. Masalahnya adalah kemajuan teknologi di air and space, di kedirgantaraan itu sangat cepat. Kita membeli A400 itu mungkin 2-3 tahun yang lalu, pesawatnya baru datang kemarin, dan kemajuan teknologi sudah melampaui itu lagi. Itu tantangan-tantangan dari negara-negara yang belum memiliki kapasitas yang cukup dari sisi teknologi, aviation technology. Itu tantangan kita semua. Nah, salah satu langkah dari menjawab tantangan-tantangan yang besar dalam menyongsong era air and space, bahkan sekarang sudah era cyberspace, maka salah satu langkah dari itu adalah pengadaan pesawat-pesawat terbang, antara lain A400. Saya pikir itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Mudah-mudahan bisa menjawab pertanyaannya. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Now we have one more last questions from the audience. Please, the committee.
Baik, terima kasih. Sepertinya saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia saja ya. Baik, sederhana. Permasalahan untuk di Asia Tenggara ini dalam rangka pengembangan perdamaian adalah alutsistanya. Dalam hal ini didukung oleh industri pertahanannya. Nah, permasalahannya ini terjadi hal yang sangat jomplang bil khusus Indonesia dengan Malaysia. Ya mungkin saya ingin bertanya kepada Pak Dubes atau mungkin Pak Cepi kok diperkenankan juga untuk menjawab bagaimanakah hubungan industri pertahanan antara Indonesia dan juga Malaysia? Lalu apakah ada implikasi yang sangat implisit bagi negara-negara di Asia Tenggara? Terima kasih.
Saya jawab dulu Pak Dubes. Kalau kita berbicara tentang teknologi penerbangan yang berkaitan dengan industri penerbangan, maka kita melihat Malaysia sama Indonesia itu ya rata-rata air ya, hampir sama. Dan kita banyak bekerja sama di bidang industri penerbangan. Contohnya misalnya IROT, ya, itu sudah lama dengan PTDI, dengan Angkatan Udara dan sebagainya. Pertanyaannya adalah tantangan bagi Malaysia dan Indonesia terhadap industri penerbangan adalah lack of technology. Ya, kita terus terang kita mengalami ketertinggalan dalam bidang teknologi penerbangan. Nah, mengapa kita tertinggal? Karena kita memang masih banyak pekerjaan-pekerjaan lain yang harus diselesaikan terlebih dahulu. Dalam pengertian belum menjadi prioritas. Tetapi kemajuan teknologi penerbangan itu begitu cepat. Ya, bisa dibayangkan Wright Brothers tahun 1903 baru menerbangkan pesawat hanya beberapa meter aja. 66 tahun setelah itu orang sudah bisa memproduksi pesawat terbang yang kecepatannya 3 kali kecepatan suara, ya. Itu fantastis, ya. Unbelievable, ya. Nah, bagi negara-negara yang baru merdeka tahun 50-an, tahun 60-an, kita tahun 45, itu mengalami kesulitan untuk catch up teknologi. Tetapi juga tidak bisa berdiam diri hanya untuk menjadi konsumen. Kita harus juga mencoba untuk mengembangkan industri penerbangan. Malaysia dengan IROT, Indonesia dengan PTDI dan sebagainya. Dan pada titik-titik tertentu kita bekerja sama karena beberapa pesawat terbang yang digunakan itu juga sama. Salah satu apresiasi dari Malaysia adalah mereka sangat senang menggunakan CN235 misalnya, ya. Itu PTU Malaysia Datuk Sulaiman, dia walaupun sudah bintang 4, dia datang ke Indonesia, dia training, dia ikut juga menerbangkan belajar menerbangkan CN235 karena dia menginginkan pesawat yang tepat yang digunakan oleh Angkatan Udara Malaysia, TUDM, ya. Nah, sekali lagi kita bicara tantangan di sini. Sayangnya adalah minat yang begitu besar dari banyak negara, termasuk atau terutama Malaysia menggunakan produk industri penerbangan Indonesia, dalam hal ini CN235, itu mengalami kesulitan banyak hal. Karena spare part kita tidak siap untuk bisa mendukung produk yang sudah dijual ke luar negeri, sementara pesanan-pesanan yang lain juga diusahakan untuk dilayani, sementara fasilitas dan SDM kita juga terbatas, kaderisasi dari para teknisi juga berjalan lambat. Mengapa itu semua terjadi? Karena kita belum menyusun blueprint ya, long term strategic planning di bidang aviation industry, yang satu diantaranya adalah tentang industri penerbangan. Itu sebabnya maka ekosistem dari penerbangan nasional itu belum terbangun, sehingga yang dikerjakan sekarang kita adalah terkesan sangat fragmented. Tapi sekali lagi kalau kita melihat Malaysia dan Indonesia, sebenarnya ada keinginan kuat dari dua negara ini untuk tidak terlalu tergantung pada negara-negara industri besar seperti Amerika dan Eropa. Tetapi itu tidak mudah ya. Tapi sekali lagi bukan berarti kita berdiam diri. Misalnya Malaysia dia mengembangkan 5 misalnya, Langkawi International Maritime and Aerospace Exhibition yang di tahun ganjil ya, tahun ganjil. Singapura tahun genap, Malaysia tahun ganjil. Indonesia juga berusaha untuk meneruskan produk-produk unggulan seperti CN235. Dan ini semua hanya bisa dijawab, hanya bisa diatasi, hanya bisa mendapatkan solusi apabila kita memulai menyusun long term strategic planning. Industri penerbangan memerlukan dana yang besar. Di sisi lain, di samping memerlukan dana yang besar, dia memerlukan waktu yang panjang, yang long term. Tidak bisa kita sekarang terjebak dalam visi 5 tahunan pilpres dan pilkada, dan visi itu tidak cocok, ya, tidak match dengan visi bagaimana mengembangkan industri penerbangan, bagaimana menerbangkan aviation, bagaimana mengembangkan air and space technology, dan itu semua adalah tantangan dari negara-negara yang berkembang. Dan kita harus mencontoh misalnya Cina, ya, Cina industri penerbangannya maju pesat. Kita kira dia maju pesat, dia tidak maju pesat dalam beberapa tahun ini. Dia sudah memulai dari akhir tahun 70-an, awal tahun 80-an untuk menyusun education and training system dalam air and space yang sekaligus sejalan dengan research and development yang ditata dengan baik dalam satu platform perencanaan jangka panjang. Sehingga apa yang kita lihat misalnya pada tahun lalu di Zhuhai International Air Show itu sangat fantastis ya, sangat luar biasa. Dia menyelenggarakan International Air Show di Zhuhai, kota kecil, kota nelayan, dan itu mengalahkan Farnborough di Inggris, Le Bourget di Prancis, Air Show di Singapura, dan juga bahkan 5 di kota kecil yang bernama Zhuhai. Dia menyelenggarakan International Air Show, itu exhibition hall-nya 12 ya. Bayangkan 12 dan baru dan keren dan canggih ya, high tech. Sementara 4 International Air Show yang terkenal di dunia, Farnborough, Le Bourget, 5 dan Singapura, itu tidak lebih dari 4 exhibition hall-nya. Itu sebagai gambaran saja bagaimana China memang memfokuskan air and space industry itu tidak tanggung-tanggung. Dia memproduksi pesawat capung untuk sport, sekaligus juga memproduksi pesawat untuk landing di bulan misalnya. Itu China. Jadi kita harus mencontoh hal-hal yang baik yang dikerjakan oleh sebuah negara maju, sebuah negara yang untuk meng-catch up, meniru, mengejar kemajuan dari negara-negara yang sudah established seperti Amerika dan Eropa. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan, mungkin ada tambahan dari Pak.
Ya mungkin seperti slide Bapak Syafi tadi, satunya beritahu, menyatakan bahwa military harus sekarang dalam era baru cooperate with each other kan. Memang sebenarnya sudah ada kerjasama pertahanan di antara Malaysia dan Indonesia. Sebagai contoh, ada beberapa komponen peralatan, kalau tak silap saya, helikopter Airbus. Ada yang dibikin di Malaysia, ada yang dibikin di Indonesia, dikombine menjadilah helikopter Airbus ya produk. Saya kira itu model kerjasama di antara Malaysia dan Indonesia yang boleh kita garap lagi kerana kedua-dua negara mempunyai industri pertahanan masing-masing. Tadi Pak Syafiq pun bilang mengenai CN 235. Kalau tak silap saya kita ada 8 pesawat CN 235 masih terbang, ada 2 yang baru di upgrade untuk menjalankan operasi maritime patrol. Dan yang lain masih ada, tak silap saya juga, PT PAL antara yang di shortlisted oleh Tentera Laut Diraja Malaysia berkaitan dengan multi-purpose ship ya, MRSS. Saya pun lupa nama penuhnya, tapi basically it's a support ship untuk supply dan sebagainya. Filipina sudah beli dari PT PAL. Jadi mungkin kalau akhir-akhirnya ongkos juga nih. Kalau ongkosnya kena dan spesifikasinya pun tepat, mungkin PT PAL terpilih. Dan saya kira lagi satu, kerjasama militeri di antara Malaysia dan Indonesia. Kita punya General Border Committee di antara Malaysia dan Indonesia. Mungkin platform mekanisme bilateral yang paling lama di antara Malaysia dan Indonesia. Ya, banyak patroli perbatasan, baik di darat, di laut dan juga di udara. Dan kelebihan Malaysia dan Indonesia kerana kita punya pesawat yang hampir sama. Malaysia punya Hawk, Indonesia punya Hawk. Malaysia punya CN 235, punya C130, Indonesia pun ada, kita ada A400, Indonesia pun sudah terima A400, jadi interoperability-nya cukup tinggi ya, saling belajar di mana mahu perbaiki ya sistem masing-masing. Dan banyak lagi lah saya kira kerjasama pertahanan industri di antara Malaysia dan Indonesia. PT apa ya yang bikin ammunition, PT DI ya, Pindad. Pindad punya capability yang bagus dari segi persenjataan rifle dan sebagainya. Dengan Malaysia ada, dan yang penting COVID-19 mengajar kita bahawa kita tidak boleh terlalu tergantung kepada negara-negara lain. Saya scroll tadi Google, kalau waktu COVID-19 dulu objektif United Nations kita mahu global vaccination-nya ya 100% ya. Tapi belum capai. Yang saya lihat data terakhir sekitar 70% sahaja. Jadi 30% global vaccination program untuk COVID ni masih belum terhasil. Kerana yang punya teknologi bukan kita. Jadi mereka akan distribusi vaksinnya kepada rakyat mereka dahululah. Itu antara pelajaran yang paling penting dari COVID-19 untuk negara-negara berkembang seperti Malaysia dan Indonesia. Belajar untuk bekerjasama kerana di negara selatan, South-South Cooperation, ada yang punya teknologi seperti India, teknologi vaksin, yang punya uang pun banyak, negara Teluk punya banyak uang, kepakaran dari segi human resource, Indonesia ada, Malaysia ada. Jadi kalau kita kerjasama, kita tidak perlu bergantung kepada negara Eropah, negara China maupun dan Amerika Syarikat. Sama dalam kerjasama industri pertahanan. Cuma ya harus inilah terus bekerja samalah. Dari platform GBC tadi yang saya bilang General Border Committee, platform yang kita boleh diskusi bagaimana untuk mencari peluang untuk bekerjasama dengan lebih erat, termasuk dalam kerjasama industri pertahanan. Mungkin itu saja yang saya boleh tambah.
Jadi di sini kelihatan sekali bahwa cooperation itu adalah memegang peran yang sangat penting. Ya. Sayang Dubes Turki sudah pulang ya. Kita juga berencana akan bekerja sama dengan Turki dan sebenarnya kerjasama ini sudah berjalan lama PTDI dengan Turki. Tapi Turkiye ya sekarang namanya Turkiye. Dan Turkiye lebih maju dalam hal ini dan bahkan dia sudah bisa memproduksi fighter aircraft yang sekelas dengan F-35 ya, yang dia namakan KAN. Saya dengar juga kita mau beli juga KAN, saya nggak tahu, tapi semua kayaknya sekarang lagi mau dibeli semua. Tetapi intinya adalah selama kerjasama itu tidak bisa terbina dengan baik, dengan mutual respect, maka kita akan sulit untuk bisa maju bersama-sama. Tadi sudah disinggung oleh Bapak Duta Besar, COVID-19 memberikan pelajaran yang sangat berharga bagi kita, bahwa kita tidak bisa selamanya bergantung pada negara lain. Pada satu titik kita harus self-survive, dan itu yang harus dijawab oleh kita semua, terutama adik-adik para generasi muda. Tantangan ke depan yang kita hadapi tidak ringan. Dan perang itu sudah usang ya, sekarang sudah ada domain yang baru, tidak ada lagi perang dalam pengertian perang terbuka. Karena tadi sudah saya singgung bahwa forum perang itu sudah berkembang dari daratan, perairan, udara, ruang angkasa, dan cyber. Dan kalau kita masuk ke cyber dengan 3 ciri utama, yaitu artificial intelligence, autonomous system, dan penggunaan drone, maka perang itu tidak merupakan perang fisik lagi. Orang dengan mudah bisa menundukkan sebuah negara dengan elektromagnetik energi misalnya. Itulah dunia cyber yang sedang bergulir. Jadi sekali lagi di sini tantangannya adalah terutama kita di lembaga pendidikan tinggi, maka kita harus benar-benar mewaspadai, benar-benar menyadari bahwa ke depan kita berhadapan dengan banyak tantangan-tantangan yang landasannya adalah kemajuan teknologi yang sangat pesat. Sekian.
Terima kasih Bapak Duta Besar dan Bapak Cepi. This is very interesting, yes. So to conclude, allow me to summarize today's key takeaways. So peace building requires both moral convictions and strategic wisdom. Ya, tadi sudah disebutkan oleh Pak Dubes bagaimana kemudian teknologi berperan penting dalam perdamaian, tapi juga seringkali teknologi digunakan untuk konflik. Dan sekarang banyak kemudian negara-negara besar seperti Amerika dan Cina juga kemudian mereka melindungi teknologi untuk kepentingan nasional mereka, seperti misalnya di dalam geopolitik dan lain sebagainya. Dan ini menarik, dan kembali lagi tadi yang disebutkan oleh Pak Cepi, peran kita sebagai anak muda dalam teknologi itu juga sangat penting, dan peran dari negara juga sebenarnya ya Pak, bagaimana memberikan subsidi terhadap pendidikan agar teknologi itu ya bisa berkembang dengan baik dan tidak kalah saing dengan negara-negara yang sedang maju teknologinya. Mungkin itu saja. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of today's sessions, let us take a moment to reflect on the inspiring insights we have heard today, from diplomacy to defense. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our deepest appreciation to all our distinguished speakers, our ambassadors, and all participants for your presence and contributions. May the discussion from this conference continue to inspire collaborations and understanding among nations in building a more peaceful future. I am Atina Iza. It has been my great honor to serve as your moderator today. Thank you very much and have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Ibu Atina Iza Maktub, for leading such an insightful and engaging discussion with Mr. Cepi Hakim and also His Excellency Dato Syed Muhammad Hasrin Tengku Husin, the ambassadors of Malaysia in Indonesia. And now we would like to present the token of appreciation to our distinguished speaker and moderator. We kindly invite the conference's chairman, Bapak Robi Nurhadi, PhD, to come forward and present the tokens to our speaker and moderator. All right, first the token of appreciation will be given to Mr. Cepi Hakim, founder and chairman, Indonesia Center for Air Power Studies. Thank you very much. All right. Next, the token of appreciation will be given to the one and only our beautiful moderator, Ibu Atina Iza Maktub. All right, everyone, please give a big round of applause to our speaker and moderator for their outstanding contribution. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the end of today's event, the second international conference on global issues with a theme, Bridging Device Building Peace, the Future of World, organized by Universitas Nasional Jakarta. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all distinguished speakers, moderators, participants, and everyone who has contributed to the success of this event. We truly appreciate your active participation and enthusiasm throughout the session. We hope today's conference has been insightful and will inspire future collaborations and innovation. Thank you once again for being part of this event. Have a wonderful day and see you again at our next international conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.